Why you motherfucker, why did you interfere in what you don't? Splash. Please, I'm sorry, please ... I swear I won't do this again. I'll turn myself in, damn it, I'll do anything you want, please don't, the middle-aged man shouted, terrified at seeing the young man finishing in torturing another one of them until the man died from blood loss in pain and regret. Please. Fuck. You crazy bastard, what the hell is wrong? Aghak. Does it hurt? He too, maybe he screamed, begged, cried, told you that he has a family to earn your pity ... Did you show him any mercy for them? A dry, cold and tired voice echoes in the blood-filled barn. The blood of people that even the ground beneath them would have rejected if it were possible. Monsters who took people from their loved ones just for their own twisted pleasure. Monsters that called themselves hunters, but instead of hunting animals, they found pleasure in hunting ... humans, literally. Monsters with influence that enabled them to escape again and again, keeping their dark deeds and truth from being revealed to the outside world. And monsters who took from him what was once a good friend, a friend whose family was waiting for him to come back every day ... Unlike him who has nothing. But those bastards, all of them ... They didn't care for a moment about it. For them ... Their targets were all but talking animals that they enjoyed hunting. Their hunt meetings were just another kind of socialize to make expensive deals and meet new partners. Scoundrels, monsters, trash that made him throw everything away for 4 months to track them down, torturing one of them into talking everything he knew about their hunting games, forcing himself to join them even with all the anger boiling into him, making himself serve them like a slave, just for a chance to know their identities. But at least he succeeded in his plan. After 4 months of pain, they all gathered again to play another game, another hunt, just for them to be hunted. Really bad ending, but at least ... A trash like me ended worse garbage and saved the world from their evils. What a joke. The inevitable has come, death. He knows from the moment he decided on this madness, his end wouldn't be well. His blood was seeping out from the injuries like a river, especially the wound caused by the bullet to his stomach. It didn't stop bleeding no matter how much he pressed. And honestly, he just wanted to end, quickly, with no more pain and dizziness. Even if that was selfish from him after he tortured more than 10 peoples here. No ... Monsters in human skins. With a sigh, his eyelids shut and his hand limped to the side, his ears buzzing with a noise akin to sirens. At least they are safe, they can go back to their families. I just hope they took my advice and will report to the right people. Yet at the very moment he let go, something touched his shoulder. A sting of pain overshadowing his weakness made him open his tired eyes, looking at his side. There, perched on his shoulder, digging its talons painfully on his skin, was a black ... bird, a crow. Usually he would be frightened, not because he was afraid of crows, or the situation, but due to those two bloody orbs swirling in black as its eyes, gazing sideways at him with a strange intelligence feel to them. But he have no strength left to react to the weirdness. This wasn't the plan. Your death here. He flinched, hard. Now hallucination. Ha ha ... A fucking talking crow. Is this supposed to be a bad sign for what awaits me? Yet something about it made him feel familiar, strangely so. But it was one within the contingency. You were never supposed to be here in the first place, not this flawed. But now, you have a choice. Even with all blood, pain, dizziness ... He heard every word perfectly clear, as if it had resounded directly on his mind. And even though he didn't understand what is really going on, what is with all the mystery talk, he listened, carefully and still. What choice? He was going to die any moment now. What other choice is left for him? Survive, live? And even then, for whom would he have to choose that? He didn't even have anyone to go back to or anything. The only person who was an elder brother figure to him, who helped when all came falling, is dead. He already made sure everything he have would end up to his family, who maybe don't even know he exists. To live again, but whether you choose to thrive, fail, or become something else is up to you. All I can make sure of is to have you inherit their legacy, properly. This time, after a brief of silence, it continued. Choose now, you don't have much time. If you agree, You will start in a new place, a new world, as a new being. Just know it won't be peaceful, not even close. You have to fight for that. A surge of pain pulsed on his head before he started processing everything with surprising clarity and calmness. He was really unwilling to go down this way. Unknown, discarded, run away due to things he didn't cause in the first place. He was but a mere average young man with big dreams before all things turned to chaos. That guy always told him to live for himself, freely, even if he was forced to live in disguise as someone else, to at least experience fun, new thrills and even love. As much as that thought made his forehead's veins throb in annoyance, that idiot never failed to rub it in him, mocking his eternal virginity. How much worse could it be? Alright, do it, whatever it is. He looked to the crow, to its eyes, and muttered with all his remaining strength. He was feeling like crazy already because he had just talked back to a talking crow. He stared, watching the blackness within the red swirl and stir before losing his sight, senses and consciousness. Tick. Cold. Something cold dropped onto my face. Where I am. What happened? I recall. I killed them, everyone. Then died, and the crow, red eyes. I rubbed the fleeting throb on the side of my head that felt as if something suddenly gripped my brain and squeezed before letting go. Opening my eyes, I saw where I was, a room. Not in that bloody-soaked nightmare of a barn, not in mine. An unfamiliar bedroom. A simple one, with a soft bed underneath me, a small desk to the left, and a closet. Lights are off, but there's sunlight seeping in from the window. It's morning. Though it was far from clean, and it smelled bad, a familiar smell of rot lingering in the place. Pushing up, I sat on the bed, putting my feet on the cold floor. And it was then I noticed, I feel different. Everything feels different. My body was light, too balanced. No longer feeling the usual pain from the injuries I've suffered in my last 5 years. Everything around is clear, dust clear, clarity that is supposed to be impossible for my damaged left eye. No, even far beyond. Yet it all felt natural, even when my sight caught every minuscule detail with the clarity of high-end tech. I don't feel surprised or panic even with all those messy thoughts swirling in my head. My body moved easily, instinctively silent. I don't understand the sudden shift, but I like it. I feel happy. I feel me. Like I've never felt before. Turning to the door, I stepped closer to the mirror on its side. There stood me in reflection. Youthful, gone was my tired mature body on late 20s. What is more, I have an unfamiliar face now, yet at the same time not really a strange one. A strong resemblance to someone I know, someone who isn't even a real human being. Sasuke, Yokai Sasuke. How do I know? Even though it's not exactly him, at least not fully his replicate appearance, yet close enough, because I am him. In essence, as weird as that sound, I escaped a freakin' military conspiracy. This isn't even close to being as troublesome. Let's just troll with this apostrophe. Actually, while surprised, I still feel naturally calm and undisturbed. Well, mostly. This isn't exactly my concern right now, but instead what I saw, from the memories of yesterday's night. The moment I actually came here, appeared out of thin air, then guided only by instincts inherited in my body. I know this world wasn't going to be a peaceful one. That red-eyed crow said it. But this is damn catastrophic. Zombies, freaking walking corpses. I remember now, being dropped in the middle of the wet roof, zombie noises. Whatever happened after that was taken care solely by the inherited body instincts. Mine mixed with Sasuke's battle instincts and skills, which made me slaughter exactly 17 walking corpses on my way to this room. 15 while descending the stairs. Zombies that were guided by the noise of slaughter. The remaining 2 male zombies I found after breaking in the first apartment on site. Following that by cleaning my traces and then sleep. And now here I am, about to start a new day, my second day in the apocalypse, conscious, as Sasuke. I decided to take his name. I will start new here. Just like the crow said. Taking a breath, I slipped on the sandal and took out clean towels from the storage seal. The only effective supernatural thing actually in me now, Considering the pitiful amount of chakra I have, no pitiful was understatement. It was but a thread of what I should have. Not even close enough to perform the weakest jutsu. But that is okay, for zombies. I can manage through taijutsu and original skills. With all these messy thoughts I stepped outside onto the corridor, gripping a kunai in my right hand and the bundle of clean towels in the other. There is still some blood around and at the end near the exit door, but no corpse. I remember tossing them outside before washing and passing out on bed. After a brief wander I stepped into the shower, put the items aside, tested the water and fortunately it still worked. I would have hated to miss even that. I stripped of what was on me and man, this shinobi body didn't disappoint. Although outwardly well clothed, not much bulky as my own past self. This body was shredded, every muscle crafted to perfection, which made the loss of the familiar bulked muscles not much of a bother now, because I know just how much actual strength those unblemished muscles held beneath them, even while unreinforced with chakra. And considering the need for agility to a shinobi, it is perfect for now, for my current age. My gaze swept farther below, at the slumbering part, and I couldn't stop a proud nod in satisfaction. It was as magnificent as I remember, if not more. Whistle, bet nobody would expect such a pretty face to hold a damp hole underneath. It was then a grinning bearded face flushed into my memory, laughing loudly, saying I should just head to adult filming industries if he ever died and no one was left to cover for me. Shaking my head I continue looking around, testing and getting a feel of my body. The slight difference of hay wasn't much of a bother as I thought. After finishing with inspecting my body and getting used to the feeling, I turned the water, letting the cold droplets soak my hair and body, freshening my mind as I started thinking about what is important now. My next steps in this apocalypse. I still don't know how much time passed since the pandemic started. I hope it is not long. I still need to find food. Ironically, zombies are secondary for now because I know I can handle them as long as I'm not surrounded by more than 50 in tight place. So food, water, medicine supplies, oil, fuel and gas if possible. With this modified storage seal I won't have to worry about food getting spoiled, nor about space in the future. I have my Kizanagi swords. It hold pretty good when clashed with the weapons of Otsutsuki's, so I doubt it would be damaged even against modern firepower. In addition to large numbers of normal blades, kunais, shurikens and senbons, steel wires, smoke bombs, different type of pills including soldier rations, some substances, scrolls and other different items, and lastly explosion papers. Though unable to trigger them with my current chakra, and too flashy otherwise in this place, still, they are more versatile and better than regular grenades to me. Easy to make and control. Clothes too won't be a problem throughout the years. Seriously, why does it feel like this storage hold everything Sasuke used throughout all his years? Guess the crow really saved me a big headache with those. For now priority goes to securing the building from zombies, then looting it from its worth. 5 floors with 4 houses each floor. I can finish it today and with luck maybe I can supply enough food to last me a week or more. Closing the tap, I tossed over a towel on my head and tying another to my waist and stepped outside the shower. Surprisingly the chilling morning breeze didn't faze me at all. This resistance confirmed that I indeed had inherited him, his prowess. Really. I'm thankful to have such a strong body in this place. With those thoughts I walked back to the bedroom while my body had already dried by then. Tossing the towels aside I changed into the new set of clothes, a boxer, dark blue shirt, black cargo pant, and black jacket. Tying the arm braces on their places I proceeded with bondaging my shin to keep my feel of feet tight, then the weapon pochades to my left thigh and waist before securing my Kizanagi blade on my back. I turned to the mirror. If not for the dry roars sounding randomly outside and in the corridor with the deafening silence blanketing the town, anyone seeing me now would have probably assumed I'm merely a soft teenager cosplaying a ninja. Even I was taken aback by how harmless I look with such a hairless and unscarred face. I doubt this natural stoic expression would intimidate any bastard out there, without unleashing killing intent that is. And that too need chakra. Not like I need that. It was at this moment my stomach churns announcing its need. I haven't had a bite since yesterday and now I'm starting to feel hungry. Shinobi are no different than humans in that aspect. Yet all edible thing I got on me currently are the soldier pills, too many yet not particularly a treat. The better ones are tasteless. And I don't really want to start my day with it. Let's check around. Locating the kitchen, I started looking around and the scene was bad. The place was a mess, and even more stinky. Clear signs of the zombies were scattered around, disgusting traces of rotting skin around and dried blood, scattered unwashed utensils and rotten food on the ground with a bunch of flies around it. The only food I found? A can of tuna that I wasn't really sure of its expired date considering I don't even know the current calendar here, and the lack of electricity. But a secured canned food lasts usually long enough. Still I tore it open, and I guess it's alright from the texture and smell. I chewed a small bite to confirm. Safe. With more search I found a small pack of cookies. Hard, small but clean and covered. Now I at least know it wasn't long months since the breakout or worst, years. I need to fix my food supply as soon as possible, toss it into storage so I can focus on other things. Though such oily thing was not really preferable thing for breakfast, but I know from experience as both an ex-soldier and shinobi that adaptation is the only way forward in life. Especially in a place where death is all around. You hate vegetables? It's okay, you will come to love it as soon as the real hunger come knocking in midst of the battlefield. Can't sleep on the rocky ground? You will after surviving an intense day of firing in the wild and praying not to welcome a bullet with your forehead. The smell of sweat and the excrement in the hideout is unbearable. You will change your mind after laying down next to shredded intestines. And that was only the soldier side. The shinobi, especially Sasuke's experience of it, massacre, running rogue, Orochimaru's shenanigans, wandering as a shadow of the Hokage. Those memories made such things laughable in comparison. Thus taking the can, the hard cookies and a closed bottle of water I scavenged. I headed back to the bedroom meeting while simultaneously searching around for anything useful, books, a map, a working tech. Anything that helps with informations. Sadly whoever lived here, possibly the two male zombies, were obviously not the type to keep books to study or anything I need. After 40 minutes I set the final piece on the desk, a working watch pointing at 8:12 a.m., a toolkit, threads and knitting box, flashlight, clean set of covers, pillow, shoewear, a sturdy rope, and a set of adult DVDs. Why did I even bother collecting the last item? You never know when such a thing become valuable trade in post-apocalypse. Still. In the end, nothing significant. Sealing the items and doing a final check on me, I walked to the apartment exit door. The goal? Slaughtering every walking corpse in the building and secure it before proceeding to loot the apartments. Us_King County _apartments complex _20XX_08:23 a.m. Inside an apartment complex, a door of an apartment in the top floor swung open, and from it emerged a young man looking to be 20-21 years old, sharp black eyes looking around, his bangs parting to the side of his face, clean features that made him stood in contrast with the messed bloodied surroundings. Posture ready yet calm, studying the place while holding a kunai on his left hand and a 90 centimeters unsheathed shimmering blade on the other. The rotten scent assaulted his sense right off due to the bundle of corpses and decaying blood laying on the stairs leading up to the roof. With a flick of his hand, Sasuke used the storage seal, retrieving a cloth before tying it around his lower half of face. Closing the door, Sasuke glanced around. 3 other apartments were on this floor, 2 on each side of the hall. Sounds of growls echoed from the stairs leading to the lower floor, its source clearly a zombie. After thinking for a moment, he decided to make sure no zombie climbed to the floor. Then he get back after a minute walking to the stairs. There, few stairs down with its back toward him, stood a man with shredded and dirty clothes, its skin rotting visibly, standing weirdly like a puppet with dry moans escaping it from time to time. Sasuke moved without making a sound, his steps as silent as it can get. an action that came naturally due to years of experience. With only one stare between them, the zombie turned its head as if sensing something, smell, and before it even reacted, the kunai buried on the side of its head and further into its brain with a wet squelch. Sasuke retrieved the kunai, calmly keeping his pace as the body dropped behind him with a thud, alerting two others nearby. A female and teenage zombies came staggering up the stairs just for two whooshes to sound before dropping dead. Real dead, as two senbons tore through their eye sockets like bullets and into their brain, effectively ending their activity. Is it that their skull is too rotten, or I just used more force? He was kinda surprised how easy his kunai pierced through the skull. Now on the fourth floor, he looked around, finding one of the apartments with its door wide open. 5 walkers on the corridor turned to him the instant he shows, rushing at him like mad dogs, their empty white eyes exuding only cold menace and hunger for fresh flesh. Taking a step forward, he front-kicked the first one on his torso, sending him reeling into the one behind it with the sound of bones snapping. Then he sidestepped the swing of the third, beheading him in the same motion with his sword. Another one launched itself at Sasuke in attempt to bite his neck, was met with a roundhouse kick, crashing its head against the wall with a loud crack as the brain matter splattered out from its ear in disgusting scene. Lowering his leg back into basic stance, Sasuke reverse gripped his kunai before throwing it at the fairest zombie, who was crawling slowly due to its torn leg, putting it down. The first two who were kicked away regained their footing, ready to sprint at him just for their heads to separate in the same time from his sword. It took but 15 seconds for the corridor to fall silent again as Sasuke confirmed his kills before stepping into the only open door in this floor. There, laying in the ground, was a dead zombie, its shoulder and head layered with grim injuries. It was smashed by something heavy, then pierced with sharp end. Seems someone was fighting in this place. Yet he found no other zombie or living person inside the apartment, so he just closed it and proceeded to the remaining 2 floors down. First pof 12, that was the number of wandering zombies I killed after leaving my apartment until here. The front doors of the complex. Locking the doors and making sure of the place, I turned to the stairs, intending to start cleaning the rooms from zombies, starting from the first floor and upward. The whole building reeked of stench, decaying corpses tossed and blood smears all around. It isn't a place suitable for long-term stay. But I finally had something to cast a light on my situation. Chakra, which refused to grow no matter how much I tried to refine it the usual way, showed a sign of growth. Not much, merely another thread which made them 2 now. Just as useless as before. But now I know the way to make a progress on it. I'm 80% sure. Killing. I don't know if that work for zombies only, and I'm not keen on finding about the other option unless necessary, but still, that's a progress. As long as there's a way for it to grow, I don't care about the method. My current 2 threads won't do any change. It's still not enough to use a jutsu, but 30-50. If my calculation is right, then that should be enough for the basic chakra control. Since killing is the way, then killing will I. Thankfully I am not influenced too much by Sasuke's memories. It was a weird mix, honestly. From what I felt, I can speculate that every thread take around 10 zombies to form. The good news is that I don't have to kill 10 every time I need a thread. It recovered simply the way back in the shinobi world, though still capped at 2 pitiful threads. They vanish in short a breath and took 5 seconds to fill up back without meditating. Zombies aren't even as dangerous as a standard genin, merely wild instinct of rushing, tearing and biting. But with just the barest minimum of chakra, their large numbers and dangerous infection. I didn't let my guard for a moment since I arrived in this world. It wasn't taxing. Just a routine by now. Rest but never totally relax. Reaching the first apartment, I stood quietly, hearing whatever noise may be inside. None. I tapped lightly on the door, keeping to the wall, and still, nothing. Unlocking such door would have been easy with chakra manipulating a steel wire, but that's not available, which had me wasting a whole minute the boring way to unlock it. The inside was surprisingly clean. Not dust-wise, but at least there was no blood, overwhelming stench, corpse and whatsoever. I walked the corridor. The kitchen, shower and 1 bedroom all had their doors open with no one inside. while the last room was locked. Still holding my sword I tapped. Nothing, so I twist the knob unlocking it. A bedroom, a gown and some couple of female underwears were tossed around the bed but no sign of human activity for some time. With the house confirmed safe I backed to the main door, locked it and started searching around and looting whatever is usable. And unlike the one I woke up in it, this apartment was much more useful. Whoever lived here was clearly not struggling financially. In 15 minutes of high-speed ravage I piled a meter-high amount of items. A food heater, even with electricity out I still choose it. Cleaning bottles, soap, clean towels and utensils, 3 bags of rice, 1 of wheat, sugar and salt, 2 boxes of coffee, 3 of different spices, and sadly I had to abandon the expired milk, eggs, meat and vegetables reeking on the fridge. Still enough for a simple meal. From the second room I took the whole bed, mattress, covers and all, with the addition of other sets of covers and pillow. My storage still had enough room for many things, especially since like chakra, that thing grows to a double of its previous space due to the addition of the thread. Another win for me. The woman who lived here took good care of the home, keeping many things clean that I found no trouble in making mine. Well, I hope she is fine if she's out there. I didn't touch anything personal and even kept half of the food. Part because I thought about the possibility of the owner ever coming back just to face the hopelessness of her house broke into and stripped bare, and part because I have another 11 house to loot. I don't really know how much time passed since the outbreak. If it was days then there's a high chance of a survivor returning to his own house. And truthfully I don't want to be the cause of another's person's misery. Thus, one act such as this won't affect my situation negatively anyway. What I appreciated even more are the books. She got a decent shelf filled half in trivial comics and novels and the other on some useful ones about some electronics, a pill box for fever, headache and stomachache which I looted. As for women appliance such as pads and wares, I choose to keep half of it in place. It's not like I would need them and I have alternatives for possible future trades. Just one apartment and many things on my list were covered. Time to move on. 4 hours later Sasuke stood once again in the 4th floor. The past few hours had him locate and loot many useful things. One of them being the time and date, 2010. June. A whole 15 years back from what he last remember. He didn't know exactly if this is his world even. He doubted. Still this at least gave him some ideas about how long since the pandemic started. 2-3 months. Which was both long and short depending on the subject view. But that wasn't the only thing. Sasuke got a good haul, eliminating many zombies too, which secured him a thread of chakra. Still useless. Unfortunately no survivors. The most baffling situations were few zombies who returned with no visible bits on them, not even a scratch. They weren't rotten badly, which made him inspect them, and finding that, from what he studied along the way, those zombies were sensitive to sound most, and smell if you are close. They can see too, which wasn't as strong as humans. You need to be in their direct line of sight for them to react. Like every zombie story, he found bite marks on all corpses, but the 2 other cases still made him wary. He even wondered if water and such things were infected, or worse. Air. And that's why they turned without being bit. Everyone. That shit worried him. But he found that there was no need to put so much concern, being tossed here just to die shortly due to something uncontrollable as air infection would be the greatest joke made by that crow. Thus until now Sasuke secured more than enough food to last 10 days, or more if he was careful with his consumption. Although the quality of said food wasn't good, it was the only possible option. Other than food and water he came across many things worth looting. Weapons, knives, axes, and even a pistol with few bullets. Tools, crowbars, multi-tools, wire cutters, hammers, saws, wrenches, duct tapes, zip ties, utility shovels, hatchets, machete, fishing gear, can openers, ropes, clean water containers, chains, padlocks, locking doorknobs, barbecue grills, camping gear of all sorts, other miscellations, backpacks, prescription meds of all kinds, especially painkillers, playing cards, alcohol, tobacco, condoms, flashlights, toothbrushes, hairbrush, nail clippers, tweezers, flosses, water filters, feminine hygiene items, salt, candles, cooking oil, socks, toilet papers, Tylenol, books, lanterns, bug spray, sunblock, lip balms, batteries, rechargeable entertainment devices, etc. And surprisingly small generators, 2000 watts, that use little fuel. Thanks to his storage seal, Sasuke focused solely on taking everything useful, no matter how little it seems. He doesn't have to worry about heavyweight, thus he spent the 4 hours emptying every house on the first 3 floors of their worth. But the situation changed once he started looking around the 4th floor. The 2 first rooms he already entered were looted, not his style of take 'em all. But food, water, potential weapons and medicines were clearly taken. And there were even 2 corpses of killed zombies on one apartment, with the same injuries of the one he found on the previous opened apartment. Whoever was here before cleared the 2 apartments. Still, Sasuke wasn't really bothered, as he kept stripping them bare of whatever worth was left on them. He knows he will be leaving this place on the first chance, and thus he kept moving forward. This complex was merely the beginning, and he wanted to be able to help if he ever ran into survivors, ones who deserves to be helped. God knows he wanted a human presence in this kind of world. Going back to the apartment that was opened the first time he got down here, he did a quick job of it after finding it looted too, with the zombies still dead there, and emerged from it after 10 minutes, heading to the last one of this floor. Once again he tapped, and there when he heard it, a growl, but it never moved and sounded to be far from the door. He tapped again and waited, yet to his surprise a voice called to him. Dry, weak, so low he almost didn't heard it. Who? Someone is in there. Sasuke felt happy hearing something other than their annoying growls. Something alive. Hello, I'm a tenant in the 5th floor. I secured the building from zombies and checked the apartments to this one. He spoke with clear voice, trying to show that he isn't a danger. He knows trust in this kind of world was the thing that is hardest to gain, or to offer. Are you okay in there? He called again. There was a brief silence before the sound of small taps closed in. Steps, he figured. Unbalanced and dragging. Either injured or too tired. No, I'm hungry. Who are you? Mister. This time it sounded from the other side of the door, still dry and low, but Sasuke heard it clearly. It was coming from someone young, probably a little girl. Hey, my name is Sasuke. I have food and water on me. Is there someone with you? He knows there was a zombie inside, but since it didn't move close, he figured it was trapped. Otherwise the girl won't be talking now. I am Siri. My grandpa told us not to open the door to strangers, but I'm hungry and my sister is sick. Sasuke's heart clenched hearing the pain in her voice. She was struggling to even talk to him loud enough to be heard. He was right, your grandpa. But I promise I'm here to help, okay? If there is someone older you can call them to talk to me. I will give you food and water, alright Siri? It's only me awake here. I will open the door, but you won't hurt us, right? Only villains do hurt little girls. Hearing that, Sasuke felt complicated. He was relieved the girl accepted his help, but also felt a sense of worry seeing her naive side. With the sound of a click and creak, the door opened with clear hesitant only a little for a small head to peek outside, and as expected, Sasuke saw a little girl around 10 years old looking at him with curiosity and cautious. Her hair was light blonde, somehow dirty, her wide blue eyes were reddened and with dark circles, and her face was a little pale, and her body looks way smaller than her age should be. She was clearly weak and malnourished. The sight in front of him twisted his guts. This world brought only terror and tragedies to the weak. Mr. Sasuke. Yeah, that's me. Taking off his mask, Sasuke knelt down to her level, showing a small smile and his empty hands, not to make her fear him. The girl looked somehow surprised seeing his face, but she focused more hearing his next words. I have food in my backpack. I will give you now. You told me you have a sister and grandpa. Do you need me to give food for them too? Taking off the backpack, he rummaged inside, summoning a chocolate pack which was melted bottle of water from his seal. It's clearly that she needs energy before consuming any heavy food. Here the girl's tired eyes lit seeing what he offered, but she still hesitated before shaking her head, muttering with little voice, "Can you help my sister first please? She slept yesterday but didn't wake up. She only spoke a little early morning before sleeping. Please help us." "All right, here, take them first and let's go see your sister." She nodded, taking the food before opening the door for him to enter. The place inside was the cleanest so far, but it reeked with the smell of corpse, clearly from the one growling behind the room in the end of the hallway. Following the girl to another room, he saw her glancing briefly at the noise with pained expression before opening the door to the other room. Sasuke was ready for anything behind the doors to keep them safe, but his worries were uncalled for as he saw a figure laying on the bed, clearly human. A young lady maybe 2 or 3 years older than the current team was sleeping on the bed. Her expression was bad. With a glance Sasuke figured that she passed out from exhaustion. "I need to examine her body to be sure what is wrong with her, is that okay?" Siri thought for a moment, eyes drifting between her sister and the handsome man before nodding. "Beautiful people won't hurt them, right?" "All right, sit there and eat those first. Do it slowly, okay?" he told her before turning to the lady on the bed, removing the cover from her to look for injuries, and once he found none he checked her pulse and eyes. Her heartbeat is weak. She passed from exhaustion and hunger. He looked for his backpack, or more accurately rummaged mentally through his storage seal. Unfortunately he didn't have an IV solution on him, thus the only option was to make a syrup solution from water and sugar before she was good enough to consume soldier pill. If something was good about soldier pills, then that would definitely be their effectiveness. The energy they give is enough to sustain a body long enough for her to recover and start eating again. With the solution ready, he explained to the little girl what is he doing while holding the older one, helping her sit, supporting her neck with his arm before he started feeding her the drink, pressing at pressure points to make her body react and swallow. The lady looked almost like a woman he knows from his world, a famous actress, which made him ask the little girl about her name. "She is Katniss, and I am Siri Everdeen, 9 years old." Siri smiled, introducing herself, her complexion now a little better. "Yeah, of course it's not her, there are many like-looking people anyway." "Well, nice to meet you, Siri. I'm Uchiha Sasuke, 20 years old." Sasuke smiled at her as he kept feeding her sister slowly, while he felt her about to regain her consciousness. "Ouchie ... Huh? Sasuke. This is the first time I heard a name like this." Uchiha, well, it's because I'm not from here." "Oh, can I ask from where?" She tilted her head cutely, enjoying the melted chocolate melted on her finger. "Haha, sure, Japan." "You know it?" "I growed up there before moving here." "Bullshit, but since I took his identity I might as well use the country that introduced him. Better have it clear from now for anyone asking me. No one would care to verify anyway, and it's 2010. "Oh, I know Japan. I loved Doraemon's cartoon and sister said it was made there." "Awesome." Siri nodded with a amazed smile, clearly just happy to be talking to this kind man about her favorite cartoon. Their conversation was cut by a cough from the older girl, who opened her eyes and suddenly started struggling, seeing an unfamiliar blurry man holding her in their bed. "Katniss." Siri put her bottle down and ran to her sister, jumping at her bed before hugging her, while Sasuke finally calmed her down with words before backing away to show that he means no harm. "Who are you? What are you doing in our house? How did you get in?" The lady with similar blonde hair looked at him coldly and asked as she kept her sister behind her while gripping a bow and arrow ready to serve this damn good-looking stranger. A stranger who simply leaned on a desk with hands crossed, looking at her with calm eyes. It was Siri, the little girl who broke free from behind and lowered the bow her sister held. "Stop it, Katie. Sasuke isn't a bad guy. He gave me food and helped you to wake up. Don't scare him." Katniss looked at her little sister, wondering if her brain stopped working from hunger. She obviously was the one who opened the door for this man. But on second thought she felt guilty about seeing how much weak her sister looked, and now slightly at how she was threatening the man who helped them. Still, She didn't let her guard down. Her family faced hell in those 2 months, and they come to understand the hard way that people were not to be trusted. Hello, you passed out from hunger and your body is still weak, so it's better not to force yourself. You won't be able to knock the string anyway. There was no mocking or anger in his voice. Sasuke stated calmly, as he knows she didn't have the strength to even stand now, let alone shooting him. And she herself seemed to know that too, as she merely used it as facade. Still didn't answer. Mister, who are you? He is Uchiha Sasuke. He is living here too. Siri whispered to her, not wanting to see her beloved sister and the person who helped them fight. I don't remember seeing you here. I arrived yesterday, took refuge on the top floor, and found you guys while clearing the building. Clearing walkers? Katniss found it hard to believe. She and her grandpa fought tooth and nail just to deal with this floor and search the apartment, which sadly cost his life to protect her. Remembering this, she shut her eyes, pained to recall that scene. But now, this ridiculously clean and soft-looking guy who seems unable to even crack an egg said he cleaned the whole fucking building. She found it hard to believe. She passed out due to how weak she became from not eating and how many walkers were on this floor. Yet he is claiming to have killed them all. But then again, how did he found them and past the lower floors, which were override with walkers? Last time she checked, which is yesterday's is morning, she saw the sword on his back, or what looked like a sword scabbard. Yeah, you are the first people I found. Your sister was worried about you and asked for help. Like I said, your body is too exhausted and need nutritions and proper rest. Both of you nodding. He opened his backpack once again, uncaring for the guarded glaring every movement of his as he started pulling things out. Another bottle of water, a pack of biscuits and soldier pills. Sadly, I don't have what your body truly need now, but I think this will be a good start. Here he handed her the food. Soften them with water, make sure to chew good before swallowing slowly. Don't rush, and only take the pill half an hour after you finish them. He then withdrew to a corner and sit into a chair, drinking a sip from another bottle. Katniss looked at him with complicated gaze. She felt hesitant, not knowing whether to trust or not. But she knows that if he wanted, he could do whatever bad thing he had in mind with their current condition, no matter how pretty his face is. A healthy guy of 185 meters 6, 1 foot, and in good physical condition like him wouldn't find it hard to overpower her weak self. Thus she followed his instructions, putting a small hard piece of biscuit in her mouth before using water to soften it, chewing lightly. The sweetness made her feel relieved. At least Siri beside her won't face the same fate she feared. She knows how painful it was to pass out from sheer hunger. Are you strong, Sasuke? The little girl asked with curiosity, seeing the thing he put beside him that looked like a stick and the little traces of blood on his boots. Her sister was strong. She often hunted those scary walkers with just arrows, and her grandfather was strong too, hitting them with big iron rods. She wondered if this man was strong like them. Yep, I am. Why? If he had to say, he was at his weakest point. Well, the Sasuke part. No chakra, jutsu, Sharingan, and basically everything that gave an edge in the shinobi world. But he is still strong compared to every zombie here or humans. Did you kill them too? Walkers? Walkers? Did she mean zombies? He found the naming the sisters used strange, and too familiar, but didn't dwell on it much and just nodded, taking a look at the few zombies walking aimlessly down the street from the window he was sitting beside. How many? This time the question came from Katniss, who was still eating slowly, sharing with Siri while watching him with that same sharp look. The girl was truly beautiful, even when she looks sick, disheveled and slightly unclean. Yet he didn't really have the heart to enjoy it, not when she looked at him as if he was a wolf threatening a bunch of sheeps. Enough of them, I guess. Was he supposed to say he spawned here yesterday and killed around 30-41? Then what if she killed more than 500 in those months? He would look weak as fuck. And if she killed too few and even risked her life to do that, then he will only look like an arrogant foul boasting, which will make the conversation ahead only the more difficult. Even if such thoughts seemed childish, Sasuke knows, he truly knows that he didn't look like the killing machine he is. Even back in his shinobi life, Any unfamiliar face underestimated him unless he showed his sharing and terrifying them to the bones. As everyone knows who is the last Uchiha and what he was capable of. Thus he simply chose a vague response, leaving it to her to measure how much enough was. And Katniss? She simply ignored him and continued eating. What can she say is that ... This guy is either bluffing to have something with her or he is truly what he said. Because she knows that anyone who survived until now unsheltered wasn't weak, especially if he was truly alone. Mind if I ask something? Sasuke crossed his fingers on his lap, unable to hold his curiosity, hearing the sudden colliding noise from the other closed room. It's Grandpa ... was, and Katniss answered, already figuring what he wanted after she heard the noise too. I see, I'm sorry. It's okay. He ... turned while we were trying to escape after we searched the apartment beside this and slipped on something while running. A walker got him. We managed to escape, but he was injured, so he decided to be sealed there after we returned. He protected us. Always. She didn't know why she was telling him. She just wanted to talk about it. Their grandpa was the pillar that kept them alive and hoping. He did everything to keep them safe and alive all those weeks. Always eating the least amount, and the first to risk his life to search around once food ran out after a month and a half. He was also the one who stacked enough food to last them that long once the news about sick people became widespread. He didn't run like others fearing the chaos. He was just that smart and cautious in taking care of them. Unfortunately, even her grandfather didn't thought it would suddenly flip to hell, and that even that stock won't hold to rest them enough, making the call for that risk. The first supply run was successful, and so was the second, with her helping after a long discussion to convince him, but the third was a grim reality. It took but one slip, one scratch from a failed bite, and he succumbed. His last words before closing the door and locking it before attempting to suicide was telling them to stay strong, to never abandon each other, to never lose themselves, and to survive. But maybe he was too late. He turned before fully following his plan to end his life, and from then got stuck there. The noise making a cruel reminder of what their beloved grandpa was once. And Katniss never had the strength to do what she should, nor the power to leave this place. Hearing all this, Sasuke remained silent, nodding in sadness, while Siri had little tears on the edge of her eyes, the only her body can produce after all the crying. "Sai, you have gone through so much." "Who hasn't?" I know this may sound stupid, maybe uncongenial coming from a guy you met an hour ago, but I can help, and protect you, both. What's the catch? Nothing, really. Katniss stared at him, slightly surprised. His expression held no slyness or malice, just simple honesty. His eyes seemed clear as he expressed his willingness to help. For a moment she wondered if it was because of her. She knows she's beautiful, but even that won't make someone say those things in this new world without wanting something back. Most of them would just take it. He wouldn't have to waste food and such. People showed their true colors once they became fully aware that law was no more. Even a week ago, she watched, helpless with her grandpa from the window, as a group of 3 men chased a woman to her house on a street below. What happened later to her was obvious. That woman's fate was theirs to decide, if she was still alive. Thus she dropped the thought as he looked as calm as ever, eyes meeting hers with the same honesty as he waited her reply. Siri beside her tugged at her shirt, clearly wanting her to agree, but as always, she would follow her sister's words. She always do. "I can protect us, but I wouldn't mind teaming, helping each other." She is still not sure if he is really capable. To her ... The guy looks too damn clean for a supposed survivor. A state she didn't saw in someone for too long. Now everyone look as if they had just walked out of a torn battlefield. Haggard, tired, scarred, ruthless, tattered, dirty clothes, unshaved. This Uchiha guy? He looks like a man who is about to start filming a ninja movie. Tight clean black clothes, small knives on a pouch stripped to his thigh, a long blade, bandages, face mask. She found the guy to be too innocent to be true. Maybe even a naive idealistic, if only she knows what kind of being he truly is. But she decided to give him the benefit of doubt. Maybe he is really what he tells. "That works for me." Sasuke nodded. "Is that all he wanted?" He knows he would feel like shit if he abandoned those 2 to the harsh world. With time, they will come to know that he at least have what it took to keep them safe, to keep the little girl away from the dark side. After all, that is the kind of guy he had always been. Nosy idiot, as Yuri had always called him. After seeing Katniss recovering a little, he told her about his current objective and left, reassuring Ciri that he would visit again after finishing with clearing the remaining floor. Katniss objected his actions as reckless, but she nodded after he told her that all walkers were already cleared and she heard the silence out. It took him an hour to get through the 3 last unchecked apartments on 5th floor before finally heading back to his apartment. It was now noon and he figured a new bath would be good. He already stored 6 water tanks that were on the roof, leaving only one filled that connected to his apartment. He got to know that water in Katniss was no longer available. Thus, after quick bath, he took a heater, a small gas container he found in one apartment, and begun cooking a simple meal. Boiled rice, the only one he can do with his current arsenal. Katniss and Ciri's situation kept playing on his mind. Sasuke knows, now after meeting them, unless they betrayed him or try to end his life, which he knows wasn't really on their plan, then he would take care of them, keeping them safe at least. He just wanted to, for the sake of Ciri, that cute and obedient little girl. And Katniss. Well, maybe her beauty helped too, but he wasn't really one to fall in love for such a thing quickly, otherwise he wouldn't have been mocked as the eternal virgin. Well, at least I finally got to meet some kind and normal people. Somehow he nearly spat in disgust, remembering the last 4 months spent trying to win the trust of those rich monsters planning to do their atrocities. 4 months of bottled anger and vengeance while working like a little dog to win their trust. And now here he is, in a world seen only in movies and heard about in stories, with a superior body and knowledge, and now companions. Real ones, hopefully. He only have to keep moving forward, getting stronger, and then make sure to keep himself and others important to him safe. After changing, he covered the plates with food preservation plastic and headed down to their apartment. The building now was eerily quiet, and stinky, but he already plans to leave it soon. With them hopefully knocking on their door, he waited for a moment before it opened. This time it was Katniss, still weak and leaning on the wall with Ciri peeking behind her. "Were you here keeping watch from the beginning?" he asked, not hearing any footsteps before she opened the door. And Katniss just nodded, telling him to enter, eyeing the tray curiously. She didn't tell him that she was here from the moment he left, keeping an eye on the other side of the door, ready to take her sister and run if he ever headed down to leave the building instead. In case he was going to call for other companions. She would never trust others fully now, but it seemed she was just overthinking it. Maybe. Sasuke, unaware of her inner thoughts and uncaring, put THR plates in front of the duo in the table they cleaned, gesturing for them to eat, even taking a bite from each plate to show he didn't put anything in there. And even then Katniss waited without eating, while Ciri followed even when they were painfully hungry and the smell of the warm meal kept assaulting them. I like her. This cautiousness would at least make her survive in most scenes. For Sasuke, that was the best thing, to have this kind of survival instincts. If she simply trusted him in few hours just because he looked good and give them some food with a smile, he would be disappointed, slightly. As that would have made him know he would need to keep them from doing stupid things later and endangering themselves. At least Katniss, and Ciri, was obedient enough to follow and trust her sister's judgment. "I don't mind, really. I understand. But at least make Ciri eat something first." She didn't accept. Katniss took the plate in front of her and pushed it toward him, telling him to eat it fully, while she told Ciri to eat only quarter of hers. Even when Ciri didn't understood, she nodded quietly, eating silently and very slowly, as if savoring the best meal in long time. What a woman, overcautious, but I can't blame her. He nodded, eating his plate clean in seconds, before taking a canned meat, passing it to her. "Eat, I will make something warm for dinner again." "I'm sorry." Katniss lowered her head in a quiet apology before accepting the can he opened for her. No one would like to be ungrateful to their benefactor, but she wasn't alone. And she promised their grandpa to take care of Ciri. If she failed due to carelessness and stupid ideals, she would never forgive herself. Thus she apologized to him due to her actions and watched while eating as he nodded and got back close to the window, watching the outside world while starting to clean his blade, which was already clean. The place here isn't suitable. After some silence while the duo eats, Sasuke spoke calmly. How is that? Unprotected, visible, too many corpses which may result in some kind of disease or infection to spread from their rot. Yeah, but we didn't have an option really, there were just too many walkers, and that's why other survivors didn't broke in. That many walkers in such tight place like stairs, it is hard for them to break through. He nodded. 29. That was the number of walkers he killed on the stairs and corridors of the building. A small group would be overwhelmed, especially considering the ones on the apartments. I am planning to leave, search for some better location. But first I need to find places to restock. But I'm not familiar with the area around here. Alone? Yeah. That's a suicide. I don't know how you managed to clear the building as you said, but out there there are too many walkers that would crowd you in seconds once they spot you. And let's not forget other hostile survivors. Yet you plan to deal with them alone. With a sword? You don't have to worry. Ha ha, you flatter yourself. I just don't want our new friend to kill himself in the most idiotic way. She snorted and busied herself with the can. Well, I'm honored. Seriously though can you give me a description about the surrounding, anything that may seem useful? A mall, shops, police station, hospital, anything nearby that can help us. Look Sasuke, I admire your courage, really. But you are alone, please just admit it. Even if you are good enough to not be killed by walkers, you won't be able to loot those buildings alone. How are you planning to loot a whole mall with only a backpack, making multiple trips to and from? That's even worse. And we can't exactly change location to there. It's wide open and worse than this building. So you suggest we sit and wait here? Yeah, until I recover a little better. 2 persons can hold much more than one. It's not about how much I or you can hold, Katniss. Just tell me about the area. You know I can simply leave and search myself. I just don't want to waste time. Why is he so stubborn? This idiot won't be able to live much more with the suicide mindset. While Katniss found herself frustrated with the man, Sasuke was no better. How was he supposed to explain that the problem she is thinking about, how much a single person can carry even if he risked himself heading to the mall is the least thing he worry about. He didn't plan to expose the storage, not now, and maybe not to anyone. Thus he didn't find a way to make it clear that carrying things wasn't the focus now. Let's play on her emotions. Sorry but I need answers before night. Standing up, Sasuke marched to where he put the big backpack. Katniss watched in confusion as he turned and emptied it on her bed. Canned food, bottle of waters, some bandages and meds, even a bag of rice. What are you doing? Everything is. I will leave those here. Just tell me the nearest place to restock our food or anything useful. Trust me, alright. I have what it takes to survive out there, and I will find a truck or something to help with the load. Why are you doing this? We don't even know you. Have you lost your mind? Why would I take your things? Pack them. I didn't do this to take your things. I just don't want you to kill yourself. A truck will only make it worse. Walkers are sensitive to sound, and an engine would be akin to a bell calling them over. You will just dig your grave if you go alone. Their A pharmacy, and a restaurant behind the basketball court over there. Siri, who didn't want them to fight anymore, spoke to Sasuke, pointing from the window to the direction a small court should be 2 blocks away. She didn't really understand what they were fighting over and just thought that if she helped Sasuke, he will not abandon them and will give them warm food again like he promised. Siri. Thank you, Princess. Sasuke knelt, patting the girl who looked guilty as her sister shot her a glare. Katniss, just trust me on this one, okay? I will be back before dinner. Here, he said, tossing a set of keys to her. What is this? The keys to the apartment I'm living in now. Number 18. Go there and rest. There's water too if you want to bath with no more. He turned around, picked his blade, bid them farewell and left the apartment. He didn't go to the main entrance down but climbed up the stairs until he was on the roof. The sun cast its heat upon the city. The sky was slightly clouded, looking ash grim, and the only sound here is the all-present growls of the walkers around. I kinda like that name. I feel like I know where I heard it. It was 3:12 p.m. now, and thanks to Siri, I have at least a location to begin with. The reason I got back here instead of exiting through the main door was simple. I don't know who is keeping eye on this place, and I don't want to risk them seeing me walking out alone and unscathed from a building that is supposed to be full of walkers. That would put the girls to danger, but here I am, looking at a roof of a house in the back of the complex 3 meters away from the edge of the roof, and lower by at least 4 meters. I'm sure no sane person would risk taking the jump. Well, I'm not a one exactly, and I'm a lot stronger. I fucking love how strong this body is. Even without chakra, I would have preferred going in the dark, but I'm uncertain if those mad creatures are any different at night. For now I need to loot anything, everything. Taking a step forward to nothingness, I let my body drop, 1 meter 3 feet, down parallel to the outer wall of the building. Then I pulled my heel back, just enough for it to touch the edge of a window, enough for a blink that I gained something to support my jump from a lower point, and I did. My legs coiled before pushing against the wall in that friction of halt, and once again I fall exactly at the ledge of the opposite house. Easy, too easy. I fought a grin as I jumped down to the roof, taking my blade and walked toward the door leading inside. It was open. I figured it won't be a waste to start by looting this 2-story building. The inside was dim, the stairs leading to the second floor were covered in dust and empty. There was some noise coming from further below. Heading down, I was soon on the hall of the second floor. 2 rooms on one side of it and one on the other side, a bathroom. I tapped the porcelain beside me as I heard a low growl coming from one of the open rooms. 10 seconds later, a staggering figure came into view. A walker, an old woman. I really hate this. It's always uncomfortable when you have to put down those who weren't harmful as humans, old people and kids. Walkers in their shapes that all they care is tearing you apart to feed. I throw the kunai, watching it tearing through it as she dropped with a loud thud. The noise below stirred stronger with growls. While waiting for the guests to come up, I tapped the closed room beside me twice. Nothing. Opening it with some cautious eye, looked at the messed room, empty, with a bed, closet and a sofa. It seemed the people who lived here already packed and left. 2 male walkers came into view from the stairs, rushing with the same hungry expression. I did a simple thrust, burying the point of blade through the first's head before slashing aside, cutting through its skull and into the second's neck. Both dropped, and then silence. Those 3 are all the free-roaming ones in the house. What followed was a 15-minute of looting, which brought the few clean clothes and bed sets, some middle school books, study items and a golf bat to the storage seal. Outside the house were few wandering zombies, which I took care and assessed the surroundings. The building Siri and Katniss Art was in front of me, and the basketball court is supposed to be 2 blocks to the east of it. I took a slow stride, glancing around. This place looked like a small town, few scattered houses here and there on both sides of the road, while a dozen or so walkers were scattered along the road as far as the eye can see. Some cars were burned and others were overturned on the road, with few corpses on the ground. _3 deep off _ keeping to the shadows. Sasuke ran fast through alleys between the houses, making no sound and evading every obstacle skillfully with the grace of a cat. After killing 7 walkers that were wandering on the alleys, he finally reached the said basketball court. 1 walker stood unmoving under the basket, and on the other side of it was the pharmacy. Only, it was far from quiet. A loud noise sounded from the entrance, which had 3 walkers struggling to get inside, attracting the few nearby walkers. Sasuke crouched and squinted his eyes, looking closely. A shadow moved on the window before Sasuke watched a walker thrown out of the window with bashed head. Someone in there is fighting, and Sasuke decided to back them up. As for whether they are hostile or just good survivors, it didn't matter. He can deal with it after securing the place. Taking few shurikens in one hand, he sprinted forward like a speeding car, eyes locked on the 5 walkers crowding the entrance, calculated the trajectories in split second and launched them with a speed nearing that of a bullet. Whistle. 4 walkers dropped immediately, while the remaining 2 nearby got attracted to his low whistle and staggered to catch him. Doing a quick work of them, Sasuke reached the entrance in time to see a bearded burly man keeping a walker in place by a chair with one hand while hammering its head with the bat on his second hand. Fucking filth. The man spat and turned to face the newcomer with evident surprise as he recalled the scene. Bloody hell boy, ha ha ha. You really are something, taking those muddy rots that way like a fucking ninja. The man laughed uncaring as he waved the blood and brain pieces from his bat. Watching the young man step over the corpses walking toward him with calm expression as if this was his everyday routine. You good old man, better than ever. But we should leave. The noise I made should have attracted them and more would be coming soon. Taking his own backpack, the man tossed whatever in the shelves in front of him into it before taking a 10-oil bag from the counter, filling it and passing it to Sasuke. Here, for fever and painkillers, let's get out of here. The bearded man tossed the bag and turned to leave, while Sasuke grabbed it and knelt calmly, collecting his shurikens as he always did. It doesn't matter if he have tons of them. He never left weapons to waste. Hurry boy, I will cover for ya. Hey old man, go for that alley, it's clear, I'll follow after few minutes. He pointed to the way he came from and without wasting a second Sasuke turned to walk deeper into the pharmacy, heading toward the storage room. He knows every pharmacy have one, mostly. And he was right. Breaking the door out of its hinges with a strong kick, he walked inside and without further ado he waved 3 sets of hand signs before pressing his palms on both shelves holding different boxes on his sides. With a low puff, both shelves disappeared onto the tattoo seal on his wrists, and after repeating the action 2 times the storage got emptied. Done with that, he walked out, yet he never expected the man to be still there, swinging his bat at 3 walkers nearing their location. Finally, leave those 2 to me and get the one to the left. Shouting, the man kicked one to his right, ready to take the other, just to watch the boy who was behind him a second ago appear like a freaking ghost without sound and swings his blade in wide arc 2 times, taking the walkers down. He took a second glance at the young man, amazed, before finishing the one on the ground. Damn boy, I swear you nearly gave me heart attack jumping in front like this. You don't seem to be that weak, old man. Now what? Still unsure of the other party, Sasuke decided to observe him longer. Till now the man seemed to be good, otherwise he wouldn't risk stalling 3 walkers even when he seems tired. I won't hold ya for that. Honestly ninja boy, I don't know. My car, panting, the man pointed with his bloody bat at a nearby van. Fuel ran out and I saw this pharmacy, figured it would be good to take some meds while on it, but didn't expect a rotten one to be laying behind the counter. Shit happened and I made noises while fighting. Thank you for showing up and saving my ass. The man, for all his wild energy, spoke with evident gratefulness on his sharp eyes, looking around tensely. Billy was fucking thankful to meet a strong man out here, even if he didn't seem like one at all. He forget how much went since he met another human, one that he didn't beat to death for trying to steal his shit. That is. You good for another run? There's a fast food shop around here, I think. Maybe we can find something? Sasuke suggested, looking around trying to spot the shop Siri told him about. Only if ya promise not to screw me with those things, the man smirked, pointing at his kunai, tightening his bag, then followed along. You good for another run? There's a fast food shop around here, I think. Maybe we can find something? Sasuke suggested, looking around trying to spot the shop Siri told him about. Only if ya promise not to screw me with those things, the man smirked, pointing at his kunai, tightening his bag, and followed along. The shop you are talking about? I saw it, but it's overrun with them. You sure about this? We will be careful. Better try a place where food is the focus point than wasting time wandering around. Fair point. You didn't tell me your name. Sasuke, Yukiyu Sasuke. Foreigner? You can call me Billy. Billy Butcher. Yeah, half Japanese. Leave those 2 to me and recover your item. Cutting the talk, Sasuke stepped forward with quick steps, using a kunai to eliminate the walkers that were in front of them as the duo kept moving to the sidewalk with cautious steps. Military? Billy asked, seeing how the young man moved. He was obviously trained, too fucking well. No hesitation, no wasted movement, simple and efficient takedown. Not really, but I was trained for this kind of things. You? Figured I was. There it is. Damn. I can count 6 from here. 9, seriously? Where did you learn to count? I got good eyes. Let's make it easy. Taking a shuriken, Sasuke flicked it on the opposite side of the shop, shattering a car's window. The noise drove 4 walkers toward its source away from the restaurant. Smart. Now what? Force through? I can take 3 at once maximum, boy. Don't worry, I won't make an old man overwork himself. Sasuke grinned behind his half mask as the two moved ahead, slightly crouched. Reaching the side of the shop, Sasuke brought 3 kunais to his hand, launching them at the group who went for the car following the noise. And once again Billy watched with admiration as the boy hit each head with super accuracy without even looking longer than 2 seconds at them, as if confident that he would never miss. I'm starting to feel useless here, Billy whispered with amused smirk. He haven't felt this relieved in having an easy fight against those walkers since the breakout. I will leave that one to you. He may arrive when I start taking them down. 2 whistles will signal that the place is clear. Good. And if possible, help me take back those. Only if it's safe, Sasuke said, showing him the kunai. Sure, go for it, and be careful, boy. I wouldn't want to lose a buddy this quick. Billy patted his shoulder, unaware that every muscle on Sasuke's body was coiled to respond in the slyest intent of attack. Sure. See ya soon. With that, Sasuke skipped forward, slipping through the entrance and coming face to face with the walker before burying his kunai on its temple. Before the corpse even hit the ground, his Kusanagi blade already claimed the neck of the nearest one. With 2 thuds he pierced the severed head, then took a quick glance at the place. It was a normal-sized restaurant with tables and chairs in the dining area. 2 nearby walkers stood like string puppets and started walking toward him with their growls. Sasuke saw Billy successfully smashing the head of the walker he left for him. He would protect the man with all his power as long as he proved to be a good one. Shaking those thoughts, Sasuke finished the 2 as easily and turned to a corner where he spotted one of the walkers that Billy missed before. Its midsection was blown and all it could do is snarl and growl at Sasuke, who finished it. Whistle whistle, 2 short sounds, and Billy walked in holding his bloodied bat and giving him the 3 kunais. Thanks. All done? You sure work fast, boy. Let's keep our guard. All right. I don't know what is inside the kitchen. Should we barricade the entrance with tables and all? Sasuke thought for a second. He didn't know what was inside the kitchen, but even if it was a dozen ones, he was sure he can take care of it. Thus he nodded. I think it's better to make it light in case we have to withdraw. Thought so. Help me out. In few minutes 2 tables and some chairs were up each other's in the entrance, and Sasuke walked around making sure no hidden spot remained unchecked, while Billy started going through the walkers searching for anything good. You never know which one may hold a gun tucked somewhere. Taking a breath, Sasuke reached the kitchen, pushing the door open. Inside there was only a female walker in dirty chef uniform. Taking care of her, Sasuke moved, pulling open every cupboard along the way, checking them. Utensils, spices, salt, sugar, canned food, and some noodle packs and other safe edible things were inside. Reaching the small storage room on the back, he frowned as the rotting smell assaulted him. The supposed refrigerator here was reeking with flies and even worms habitating it due to the wasted meat. Fucking hell, place smells worse than Harris's unwashed socks. Came the curse of Billy, who looked happy. At least the trouble were worth it, as they found some good food here. Who's that? Grandfather. Bless his soul. Happy he didn't live long to witness the world fell apart. We weren't as lucky, Sasuke muttered, looking around. Well, jackpot. No meat. But all those sacks of wheat and flour, I don't think they are spoiled yet. And look at all the water gallons here. It can last for a month at least. Sasuke looked, seeing 5 big sacks of wheat and flour inside a wooden cabinet, and the 12 big water gallons in one side. They should last some time. Yeah. How do we split? Sasuke asked, wanting to see what would the man choose. That isn't even the right question, ninja boy. How do we move them? And to where? This place isn't safe. Hearing that, Sasuke nearly facepalmed. The things that should have required 3-hand moves to solve now stood like a troublesome challenge. Still, he knows that exposing his singularity to someone he just met will be a stupid move. You don't have to hurt your back, old man. I will move them to the dining area first, and we will think of something with that. He crouched, grabbing 3 sacks of flour at a time and lifted them with ease. Seeing this, Billy couldn't help it. I see you didn't skip a gym day before. He carried one himself and followed him outside. Ya know how to cook? Now we are here, I'm craving a pizza. with extra cheese. Do I look like one who can cook? Honestly, yeah. You looks anything but the damn Terminator that you are. Thanks for the compliment. Sasuke laughed, dropping them on a table, then turned to the sweating man. You sure you ain't salty just for not having a face like mine, old man? If I had, I would at least be in some penthouse with a rich woman taking care of me right now instead of living in this shithole. Good thing you haven't then. Sure, they would be taking good care of all that meat you have in store. You think so? What a damn shame. Billy smirked, totally twisting his words about the meat part, and Sasuke could only laugh at that. Time passed quickly as the two finished layering the things on a table. So, should we just go with noodles? Billy suggested, waving 2 packs. Guess so, and we need to leave in an hour, before sunset. I will do it. You keep studying whatever magical recipe is that. Billy spoke, seeing Sasuke immersed in a cooking book he found somewhere around. Then he retrieved small heater from his own backpack, going to the kitchen. I'm a fucking cheat. Even without his Sharingan, Sasuke still found it easy to remember everything he saw shortly and even stimulate the process. Though the matter of him having talent to really cook is it still remained to be seen. I'm tellin' ya, I saw a fucker going in after taking down a walker. He must have cleared the place. Suddenly, hushed voice sounded nearby, and both Sasuke and Billy, who were slurping their noodles, tensed hearing how close it was to the entrance. We got a company. Fuck. There's at least 3 of them. Once they see the goods, we are done for. Let's leave the place from the back door. Wait, Billy. I don't want to abandon the things we fought to have. Trust me on this, alright? I'll take care of them. Sasuke finished his bowl, then stood calmly wiping his mouth. No you don't, Sasuke. Look at me, boy. Billy's usual smile was gone as he grabbed him by shoulder, taking him away. We don't know how many more of them are there and whether they are armed. Let's just leave. We can search somewhere else and get our shit back after we got more infos on them. Yet Sasuke still didn't budge. Pulling a kunai, he started fending around, and Billy's eyes caught a reflection of light in the empty space between Sasuke's hand. Thin wires. You making a snare? Yeah, steel wires. I will make a simple trap. Can you help me to make sure no one flanked us from the back door? Sasuke showed Billy how sharp the steel was by using it to cut a wood part from the chair, and Billy decided to trust him on this. Alright, don't worry, I got your back. If they are hostile, I will take severe action. Is that okay? Sasuke wanted to make sure of that. I lived long enough to know that some things just can't be solved with words, especially in the end of world. With that, Billy took a machete on hand and walked to the kitchen to make sure no one would come that way, while Sasuke launched his kunais at specific angles, plunging them into walls and corners while the wires tangled between his fingers like extra limbs. Then he watched behind the counter, using a glass as reflection. 2 men with scrawny bodies were pushing on the tables, blocking the entrance with some struggles. Fuck, it's close. Push more. Shut the fuck up, we don't want him to hear us. A third burly guy with bald head and thick dirty beard joined them, pushing, and soon with some noise they made it inside. Well, look at this. That old man sure worked his ass for us, haha. Sad he ran away. Would love to see his face as we took those under his noise. The trio laughed as they walked to the table where Sasuke and Billy stacked the supplies they found with excited expressions on their faces. Don't worry, we got to see yours. The 3 stiffened hearing the sudden voice as all turned around, holding their machetes ready to fight. You didn't say there was more than one? The bearded man barked at the man beside him. Wha? Ha ha ha, what did I hear? Oh my god, please no, don't hurt me, pretty boy. Yet the man ignored him as he took a close look at the guy who said it and laughed with mock fear, looking at the guy who was standing there holding nothing. The bearded man took a step forward, ready to take down the man, just for them to see him raise both fists and swinging sharply behind him as if ready to throw a double punch. An action that made them want to laugh just for sudden pain to assault them before colliding with each other in brutal force. Harsh stings spreaded on their bodies as if a knife had just slashed through their whole body all at one time. The 3 were pressed painfully against each other's with the steel wires that tightened around them, cutting their skins and drawing blood on its surface, even though Sasuke was careful with the force he used. Fuck is this jar? It's clear, Billy. How about your end? No one is here too, Billy said as he came and looked at the three men laying in the ground and tied like a fucking pack of sardines. Oi, heard ya were looking for me? Billy asked, kicking one of them. Who the fuck are you people? Release me. You won't like to cross us _oh. Shut it. I hear any of you say one more word and I swear I will make a feast out of you for the walkers outside, Sasuke said after kicking the bearded one, knocking out a tooth, but he still crouched down and stuffed their mouths with dirty clothes, wary for a stupid vengeance from them of attracting walkers by shouts. Well, that was easy. You have a thing ready for every situation, Billy said as he returned to finish what little soup is left on his bowl. Should we interrogate them? One each time. Leave it to me. We need to know how many of them is there and other things. Help me tie them separately, Billy said, and Sasuke nodded his head. That was exactly what he thought. After a minute the three separately tied people looked at each other horrified, then at the two guys in front of them. They regretted even coming close to this stupid store, and even more for underestimating the young man, who now looked down at them like they were trash on the side of the road. Welp, you and are going to have a beautiful chat, buddy. Let's go, Billy spoke, grabbing a man by his collar and dragged him to the storage room, while Sasuke returned the tables to the entrance after clearing a nearby walker. Once the Billy slammed the door shut and kicked him straight into the open refrigerator that was more of a garbage can now. Billy then tied a thick cloth on his face and gloved his hands. I/N. The following scene may be uncomfortable for some who aren't fond of violence, so you can skip to the end of the chapter and read from the point starting with 15 minutes later. I ask, you nod if yes, shake otherwise. Need I explain what will happen to you later if I discover that you lied to me? Billy glared menacingly, hitting the mic into a rotten meat beside the head of the terrified man, who started pissing and shaking his head. Bloody cunt, are you serious? I didn't even start and you already forget how to control your little dick. Alright, first, are you alone? Nod. Let me rephrase it. Do you have more guys from wherever the fuck you came? Think carefully before answering. I still have two more idiots. Surely one of them will tell the truth after I suggest shoving this tasty meat here down their throat. The man's eyes started shedding tears, shaking violently as a long worm started moving on his cheek, and nearly throws up seeing the dark stinky meat ovaried with flies and worms stuck to the market nearing his face. Answer, will ya? I don't have all the day. Nod. Alright, final question, and I won't let it enter your nostrils. Drag it and I will put a bunch of them into your ear. Maybe you guys would have another kind of discussion, one between parasites. Hearing that, the man shaked his head frantically. So how many? And where are they? Do I need to threat you more to make you tell the truth? Bet you bunch of assholes aren't that honorary with each others. So tell the truth and maybe you will only worry about walkers tonight. Nod ma GHWLFpeak, please don't gut. The man thrashed harder, seeing Billy ready to tour his chest and gesturing how he would put a bunch of the worms there. Good boy, now don't blabber nonsense and just give me the answer I want. Number and location. If I find you missed even one, I make you miss a fingers and your little dick down there. So think carefully before answering. With that, Billy pulled him up and removed the cloth from his mouth, watching him gasp and shake as if poisonous snakes are tied around his neck. There are F5, yeah 5. I swear I'm telling the truth, man, please believe me. The man trembled. He lived with tough men who used to fight each other's, kill with cold blood and all the shit. But no one threatened him like this. He didn't want to imagine what would it feels if the man did what he said he would, and didn't want to experience it even more. Where? The fourth house behind the salon at the end of the other street. I swear I'm telling truth, man, please let me go. And his words were cut off as Billy shoved the cloth back and dragged him out. Sasuke, who was cleaning his blade in front of the other two, turned to see Billy dragging the man who looked as if his soul left his body, then returned back. Well, choose who's next, Billy said to the man he was dragging. Still without waiting for him, he tossed him at a corner away, took the bearded man and gave Sasuke a look, who nodded, telling him he will keep eyes on both. 15 minutes later, Sasuke and Billy stood in front of the trio, who were trembling silently, waiting for what is going to happen to them now. Another 5, ha, you know they won't stay still until they have revenge. If they found about this, They seem to be the type to do just that. So what do you suggest? For them and those here. A part of me say we just mind our business, but I don't like having loose ends. Can you hold your own here? For an hour maximum. After thinking for few moments, Sasuke decided to deal with it quickly before sunset. He doesn't want to break his promise with Siri. Oi, I'm coming with you. Ya think I'm that weak ninja boy? The contrary, old man. I think you are strong enough to keep more leeches from taking our food that we still have here, in case one of them was astray and come from another direction while I am away at their base. Just make sure to keep yourself safe, alright? I hate how you always make sense. Sure. Take this. Sasuke posed, thinking for a second before holding 3 small balls to Billy. I ain't that bored to play marbles. Come on man, not now. Listen, use them only when needed, alright? Those are smoke bombs. Toss one with enough force to the ground or any solid surface and a thick cloud of at least 4 meters 13 feet in diameter will erupt instantly to keep you hidden or others distracted. Clear? Wait, are you telling me those are smoke bombs? Last time I checked it was metallic bottle big as my hand, heavy and military grade that even one of them are hard to come by. Yeah, I'm my own military ground. Just take them and don't use it unless necessary. There will be a slight noise upon detonation. With that, Sasuke sheathed his blade, turned and left from the back door while Billy looked at the 3 small and lightweight balls on his palm. Tempted to test one of them as he thought maybe the Uchiha boy was messing with him. In a quiet neighborhood with clear lack of walkers as seen in other areas, a rotten head separated from its equally rotten body, hitting the ground with a sick squash. That's it. Sasuke is now finally walking with 5 threads of chakra on his body. A small milestone. He stood low on an alley looking at a house with small fence surrounding it and its wood-planked windows. The base of the gang they caught. There is something wrong. He arrived here 1 minute ago after clearing any walker he found along the way, yet the moment he stepped here a bang sounded. A noise that one shouldn't make if you didn't want to attract the walker's attention. Few screams echoed from the house and Sasuke saw shadows moving in jumble from the few gaps on windows. Guess they are breached. How though? He didn't know, but his answer came soon as a clearly scared man nearly naked and dirty wearing only boxers ran out of the front door, staggering to a fall while running from 2 walkers following behind him. The man ran straight into the fence, uncaring for the scratch as he fell on it, other side fidgeting even how to jump, or maybe his body just refused to obey. Sasuke kept watching as more walkers staggered outside, yet something catched his attention. Instead of the supposed 4 humans, 5 walkers limped outside growling, trying to catch him. Mostly all naked too, with one of them being a naked woman, and like all of them, she was clean aside from some blood on her chin compared to the rotting walkers he always met outside. Clearly recently turned. Curious how all of this happened. Sasuke walked outside just as the man was running in his direction, stuck his foot forward and watched the man fall face first due to stumbling on it. Ugh, stay away. Who the fuck are you cursing? The man stood wanting to run, thinking that the following walkers would feed on this arsehole instead and he can use the distraction. Yet not even a step forward. He felt himself being lifted from the ground by the back of his neck like a hopeless cat and then slammed into the wall next to him. Pain and dizziness surged in his head, making him wobble on the ground. Sasuke then turned, unsheathed his blade and with precise slashes started cutting off the limbs of the walkers closing to them. The former 4 gangsters, he confirmed. They fall to the ground and Sasuke watched as they too wobble helplessly, glaring and biting the air. Except the woman, he simply tied her with a wire and got back to the alley, taking the dizzy man with him. Then puff, splash. Cold liquid hit my face, making the pain on my head subdue a little. I don't understand what happened, how shit turned to hell this fast. We were celebrating like usual with what little we'd found, and the arsehole Mobo were having fun on the other room. Slap. The sudden pain on my cheek made my thought halt as I started hearing a voice, a man's voice. It sounded young, but cold, like a fucking emotionless robot. Waki, I don't have all the night for you. I didn't even slam you that hard. Pathetic. My eyes were blurry but I could see the faint silhouette. A man was on his knee in front of me, wearing all black with somewhat long hair shading his eyes and a mask hiding the lower half of his face. Yet I didn't even focus on him before starting to fight out to run. This madman was holding her. Who started this? A fucking geek by his side like she was a pet. I tried to stand but a punch, so strong it made my gut burn, hit me, and this motherfucker spoke again with that same tone. Move again and I will have her start with the thing between your legs. I felt rage. No one spoke to me, to us like that. Not before this hell started, and certainly not after. We lived like kings here, taking whatever we liked and doing whatever the fuck we desired. We even found a woman. Stop daydreaming. If you don't focus and answer me in the next 10 seconds, I will start taking fingers and feed her. She looks hungry this time. My head cleared and I started seeing clearly despite the pain and rage. This crazy man holds her head close to my face. The smell of her breath reeked from blood and stench. Okay, take it away. I will do whatever you want, just please. Man, take it away from me. Thanks God he pulled her aside. I finally saw him, his dark eyes, they looked scary. He didn't seem to hold any emotion, as if he was looking at nothing. He is young, maybe 20, he is clean too, and his gear looks neat. Another survivor? Now, tell me what happened. I know when someone lies, so it would be better for you not to do it. I just looked at him. I don't have anything to fight with, and he is strong. The punch still hurt like shit. I feel like I will puke if I moved a little. I don't know. Wait, I swear I don't know. Let me talk first please. This fucker didn't even hesitate to put her in my lap. Did I shat myself a little? Speak about what matters only. What happened that made your friends turn into them? I swear man, I don't know. I was on the bathroom relieving myself. I heard screams, so I get out following Ran. He is one of us. Up to the second floor where the scream came from, but he was caught by her on the stairs. I pointed to the bitch that was snarling at him, trying to move from his hold. She bit his arm and the other two followed me. Already geeks. I swear that's all I know. I too don't know how the hell did it happen. Who's she? What was she doing inside? I didn't answer. I started trying to find a lie, but a pain unlike anything exploded in my hand, hot and agonizing. I looked down just to see blood peering in the ground. My thumb was a cut. I wanted to scream, but he closed my mouth with his gloved hand and forced my head in place. I kicked him, punched his arm and tried to break free, but this monster's body was like steel. He didn't move and kept the pressure while threatening me to either shut up or he will take another one. I started crying seeing him pick the finger and putting it in her mouth while his knee forced her head in place. This crazy motherfucker really fed her my fucking finger. Eyeball next. I don't care what you did, just answer my questions. I dare you try lying to me again. He pulled his knee from her head and pulled her aside again. Fucking crazy asshole. For each lie would follow by a finger, and I assure you, you won't pass out before all on both your feet and hands are in her stomach. He moved his hand, taking something before shoving it in my mouth. A pill. He punched my jaw lightly, making me chew it, before cutting my breath again, forcing it down, and then I felt it. The haziness I felt disappeared and strength came to my body again. But even then, even in my peak, he didn't budge. I stopped struggling and begged before he can cut another finger with his blade. Speak, who is she and what did you do in the room? I'm afraid, I know he will kill me if I talk the truth, but I don't want to feel that pain again. Not in all my fingers. Maybe he will end it quick if he knows. I swear it wasn't me. Carlos, that fucking giant asshole leading us. He and his group brought a woman some days ago. She was the only one alive around here. She was trying to go to the fast food shop and they brought her back. They used her for really. A punch hit my chest. I coughed and puked a little by the side before feeling him grab my hair, pinning me against the wall again. I want the truth. So include yourself next before I start including the number of walkers who will feast on your body. He pointed to the 4 walkers worming their way like snails. Sorry, I swear man, please don't. Okay, I won't lie. I swear. Just don't hit me. We took turns on her. Please don't fuck. Stop acting like you are any noble. Everyone is dead. Don't you see it? Everyone. What does it matter if we found some random bitch to enjoy something in this hell? Clarity suddenly hit me and I shut my eyes in fright, expecting a hit, another painful cut. Regret washed over me, but nothing comes. He didn't speak. The only sound was those geeks' grubby moans nearby. I opened my eyes and saw him, still looking at me with the same empty gaze. No disgust, no anger, nothing. I know it. Deep down he is just another asshole like us trying to convince himself that he is different. Keep going. What happened today? I nodded, somewhat relieved. He is a man after all. Bet he will understand how we felt. The same. Carlos got out with Bobby and Liam to search around. It was rare for him not to be there and hogging her all to himself. So the boys we. I screamed, feeling the shallow cut on my index finger. Good, don't lie. Sobkaman man, don't. Okay. We got excited. He didn't like us using her too much and he was the strongest of us. So we agreed to keep it between ourselves, threaten her not to tell him. She wasn't speaking anyway and we did it. But one of us was rough. He would struggle her for too long. That mad fuck get excited that way. I swear man I wasn't there. I went down to pee after I finished my turn and that when it all happened after some minutes while I was smoking inside. Alright, did you hear anything? Maybe someone told you what happened there? Try to remember. Not Rio. Gonzalo's. One of us was shouting when I entered the bathroom about something that killed her. How so? What did you hear him saying? Carrot, she isn't breathing. I told you to stop struggling her, and then they started arguing, fearing what Carlos would do to them before it all suddenly turned to screams, and like I said, I ran outside. I spoke, but this time I felt it. I swear I saw red in his eyes for a moment. Devil. This isn't a human. He isn't human. This man is the devil. I wanted to run. I started screaming for help. He didn't stop me, but his hand kept closing painfully at my ankle. I kicked, screamed, cried. I saw new geeks coming to us, limping slowly toward me. I don't want to die. He pulled me roughly to his side. The rough ground scratched my skin all over. This devil didn't even seem to care that geeks are coming from both sides of the alley. He just looked at me with anger. I felt it. He was furious, but did nothing. Just stared at me and the other four who are turned geeks now. Then he turned to the woman geek. Crazy. This motherfucker is crazy. He hugged her from behind, keeping her head in place, and started whispering to her ear, gently. I swear he is crazy. I know you aren't there. I know you won't hear me. But I'm sorry for being late, for not being there when you hoped for help. I'm sorry for what happened to you, for what have become of us, humanity. I'm sorry. He talked, closing his eyes and putting his forehead on her hair. Moving her gently aside, he pulled my closer. I screamed, and then pain, unlike anything I felt, not even when he cut my finger, rocketed through my leg. This asshole just cut my feet and unbounded this geek, pushing her into me. The last thing I saw before she bit my neck was him, this crazy devil, jumping into a wall, then to another, gripping a pipe before pulling himself up and sitting into an edge, watching me. He never intended to let me go peacefully, and that was the last I saw. My death, with regrets. Now I understand. Karma. It will eventually caught up to you, just like how you can't run from death. But it was already too late to regret. Rest in peace, I muttered, looking at the simple grave I made in the ground. Today, won't really ... serene. I guess that's how every day is in an apocalypse. It took me half an hour taking the woman's body, the recently walker. After putting an end to her, the new legless walker, and all others, I found a small lawn of another house nearby, and dig it. Even if it required searching around, I refused to bury her in that accursed home where she suffered. The thought of what happened to her made me angry. I didn't even know her, but I was nonetheless angry. I know it will be gone soon, this slight guilt. Or maybe never. I already knew, always, that such incidents are the norms in a world like this. The strong preying the weak. And I can't save everyone. But I still can't simply ignore it and move on. Maybe because it was the first I witnessed such one, in this new reality. Billy would be worried. I hope he isn't in danger, or haven't left. The man was fun to be around, and helpful. He somehow know how to keep the mood light, and things seem easy with him helping in this shithole, like he called it. There's 20-minute maximum before the sun fully set. I run, still killing whatever walker in the area. Their numbers picked as the night close in, but they are still slow, easy to read and easy to react to. Thankfully, as long as there isn't a large horde of them. Finally I was back on the store. I opened the back door and sighed, hearing the familiar voice grumbling nearby. "If you don't shut that bag of a mouth, I will make it shut myself." MMMF. Walking in I talked, clear and just low enough to be heard by him. "Billy, it's me." Seconds and the grumpy bearded face appeared on the other side of the kitchen holding his Mickey. "Oi boy, what the hell did make you took so long? You good?" "I don't know how, but he seems to notice my mood." I nodded, gesturing him to come aside so I can speak to him, making sure with him that he is okay to hear what happened even as how messed it is. I recounted slowly what I figured. "Motherless, fucking filthy cunts. These fucking rats are everywhere. No matter where you look. Fucking shitloaded bags in the shape of human beings." "Those three ... were they included too?" "Yeah, all of them, and we have their boss here, the one with overgrown beard." Billy seethed, then gripped his mic and stormed out, striding like a beast toward him, but I stopped him. He looked furious at me but didn't say a word and just stood there angry, waiting to hear me out. I saw her. She was pale and all, but I still saw it clearly. There were dark traces on both her wrists, ankles and neck. And even traces of blood on her thighs. "How did you find out?" She ran outside, already turned with others, naked, like most of them who followed her in chasing one of the 5 who was still alive, and Billy got the idea of what happened to her before that. "Then let me go so I can have a fucking conversation with them." "Not now, Billy, not like this. And we need to move." "And let them off? Are you fucking serious now, boy?" "You think I would?" "No, never. I just want to make it 100 times more painful and scary to them." "So how about this? 3 deep off." 10 minutes later, 2 men holding different-sized bags ran out from the back of the restaurant after securing it with a chain and lock. The backyard was clear, with no walker on sight as the 2 slowly disappeared between trees and alleys. Yet the scene at the entrance on the other side was a different story compared to the silence from the back door. 3 gagged men were struggling with muffled cries, hanged in the entrance of the shop, upside down. A nearby walker staggered closely and came to one of them, its pale hands reaching for his head, caressing his beard as the man kept moving frantically, trying to escape the hold. Yet the walker, uncaring, opened its stinky jaw and took a large bite of its nose, blood spilling out. Soon the fate was shared with the other 2 as more and more walkers were attracted by the sound and smell. In few minutes more than 10 walkers crowded the entrance, feeding. And beside them, in big bloody letters, was a message written in the background like a grim reminder. "The fate of rapers. ... Remind me not to get on your bad side." Billy spoke, having his smirk back as they walked toward the place Sasuke told him about. "Don't worry, I don't hurt old weak men." "Haha, that doesn't make it any better." "You good boy?" "Yeah, it's not the first time to witness how fucked we humans are. Still ... if only I was few minutes earlier. I could've." Sasuke sighed and shook his head. He wasn't one to blame himself when he knew he had no way to control those things. "You don't have to beat yourself over it. Shit happens ... always." "I know, thanks for packing my take in advance. That saved us a lot of time." "Yeah, not a big problem. Figured it would be better than listening to those fucks moaning." "We gonna have the rest of supplies tomorrow?" "There are still many things in there, water, those bags of wheat." I will take care of it as soon as possible, don't worry." "Man, I need a bath as soon as I got back." "Whistle bath?" "You got water running in your place?" "Yeah, enough, a couple of baths I think, if I don't overuse it." "We are close. By the way, Billy, you alone?" "Always have been." His voice sounded heavy, belonging to someone who lost people, and Sasuke understood it very well. "You?" "I was. Met a group of survivors this morning." "Huh? That's rare nowadays." "How many?" "2 sisters in a pitiful state. They lost their grandfather not long ago who was keeping them safe." "Fucking tragedy, huh?" "Yeah. Found them while clearing the building. They were in pretty bad state. Morning, hungry, too hungry to even move." "You helped them?" "Of course. The little girl's situation was not too dire, thankfully. Just malnourished and hungry." Her sister on the other hand was passed out, probably from giving all food to her little sister. But now she recovered after some care, enough to move around. They're young, 9 and the other should be around 20s. Ho ho. So how does it feel to be a Romeo? Billy grinned as they both came into the front door of an apartment complex while Sasuke unlocked the front door, entering with Billy keeping watch, who flashed light in the dark. You tell me, how does it feel to be a Juliet? And Sasuke quipped, reminding him that he saved him too, a very hairy and ugly Juliet. They laughed at how bad that sounded and started going upstairs, with Billy seeing corpses here and there, mostly killed with one clean slash. Clearly done by the harvester beside him. You cleared this place? Corner to corner, yeah. Katniss ... the older sister. She isn't easy to trust others, so get ready to be roasted. They were now on the 4th floor and Sasuke kept walking, thinking the two girls are on his apartment, yet he heard the sound of talk from their original one. Apostrophe, they still here? Signaling Billy to wait, he approached the door to listen closely. Siri's voice reached him as she asked Katniss something about the time. Knock knock. Katniss, it's me. Sasuke. Stepping back, he waited. The girls approached and he heard Katniss hushing at Siri. Sasuke. Yeah, it's me. I thought you two moved to the one above. With a creak, the door opened as Katniss peeked before it swung and she knocked an arrow, aiming it at them, seeing unfamiliar bearded man standing behind Sasuke as both hold multiple bags in them. Easy little one, I had enough trauma from medieval weapons already, no need to scare old me like this. Billy spoke, holding his hands up with his ever-present easy smile. The boy already made him feel as if every cold weapon around was waiting to screw him. And now this girl holds a freaking hunting bow. Have no one around still appreciating normal guns anymore? Apostrophe, what next? A fucking manganl? Apostrophe. Katniss, he is a friend. You brought a stranger into my house. Have you lost your mind? Apostrophe, whelp. Seems little Juliet isn't that trusting to him either. Billy stifled a laugh before he tried to help the man out. Relax. No one said he will be staying with you. There's another 18 apartment around that I've cleared and he will crash into the one next to mine. I'm here to give you this. Make a meal for Siri or tell me if you don't know how to cook. I will be in apartment number 18. Katniss was surprised by his tone. There was almost indifference to his tone. It's the first time he spoke to her like this since they met. She knows that her words were little harsh, but many things happened in mere hours and she couldn't keep up with him anymore. She absent-mindedly took the bag from his outstretched hand and watched as he walked away with no more words, calling for the bearded man to follow him. Look, I don't know what is going between you two, but just know that he risked enough to get that food and he really cares about you too. Stay safe. I won't bother you with that. Billy waved at the little girl peeking from a corner and followed Sasuke up. Apostrophe, haha, I fucking love this drama. Should I play the matchmaker? A bloody romance in the apocalypse. How poetic. After showing Billy his room and taking quick baths to clean themselves and their clothes, the duo sat back on the living room. Sasuke eventually agreed with Billy to share the apartment, part because both knows it would be boring as hell and part because Billy wanted to ease Sasuke's worry from his side. It's rare to find surviving people after 2 months since outbreak, and even more rare to find strong and good-hearted one. Well, good as long as you don't get on their bad side. Thus Billy figured it would be best to stick together for better chances of surviving. Where the hell did you find such a good piece? Billy, who finished his plate, spoke, drinking from a cheap wine Sasuke gave him, saying he found it in one of the apartments. Their place. I took a look around after finishing business and found it laying in a table in one of the rooms. Those two even got silencers. No ammo though. They probably used all of it. But it's a fucking Colt M19. Look. Sasuke explained while expertly assembling one after he thoroughly cleaned the two similar-looking guns, which made Billy aware that the man isn't only expert at swords but even guns. Sasuke then presented him the gun. The now shimmering stainless steel silver Colt had a clear mark on its side reading Silver Buller, with another small logo-like sign below it. TWD. Cool, right? Sasuke smiled happy and he spoke, seeing the look on Billy's face. Man looked as if a naked model was in front of him, yet she didn't even glance at his side before sitting on the lap of a know what? Doesn't matter. Anyway, don't look at me like this, man. I'm planning to have those twin babies as my guns in this fucked up worked. There's no ammo for now, but I will find some eventually. However, pausing, he reached for his backpack and retrieved a Smith & Wesson revolver and tossed it to him. I got 9 rounds for that. Use it for now until we find something better for you. Just stop giving me that look, man. What a fucking shame. Thanks though. And now Billy turned to take care of his new weapon. Still salty. It was then a soft knock sounded from the entrance door, followed by Katniss' voice announcing her presence. Should I hide to give you two a little private time? Nah, keep having your time with that dusted piece. I don't really have a thing for voyeurism. Whatever, take your chance, boy. She doesn't seem that bad. Sure. Leaving the old man, he went to open the door. Hey, evening. Hey, the princess. Hi, Sasuke. Siri smiled, looking slightly scared of the darkness around them. I was planning to go check on you two after taking care of something, but yeah, come in. The two walked inside, and immediately noticed the stains of blood on the place, even though Sasuke did some cleaning and there was no more the smell of stench. Well, we meet again, ladies. I'm off to my room. Billy waved a greeting before taking his gun, glass of wine and withdrawed to one of the rooms. I thought he was in another apartment. I invited him, thought it would be better than sitting in the silence alone. You had dinner? Yeah, thanks to you, I made few rice cakes. Here's your part. The other plate is for the unknown mister. I brought it so you can give it to him. We'll wait for you since he is here. Well, you didn't have to, but thanks. Be back in a minute. Treat the place as your own. With that, Sasuke put his plate aside before taking Billy's portion and knocking on his room. Butcher, open up. It's me. Yeah. Seconds soon his grinning face appeared. Well? You need a love advice? From Katniss. Sasuke ignored the giving him the plate. Oi boy, sure it isn't poisoned? Even though he said it, Billy still took it and brought a piece to his mouth, uncaring. He knows a ruthless murderer when he sees one, and the girl wasn't one. Need a little spicing but perfect otherwise. A beauty who can cook and throw a punch. What more do you need? Thanks for being my lab rat. See ya later, Katniss. Beautiful, yes. Caring, yes. And reliable. But he really couldn't think about anything romantic. Not now, after just 2 nights in this world without even figuring the way forward. Guess you knew how to cook in the end, he said to her sitting beside Siri. Of course, added, since I was young. Yeah, tastes good. Here, Siri, enjoy this. Passing a half plate to Siri, who was stealing glances at him, she took it shyly after Katniss nodded to her when he told her that they just finished their dinner. So, I came to apology. Her words confused him. Huh? Why? For what I did earlier, what I said. Oh, yeah, about that. I'm not angry or anything. Well, not really. It's just that today Run wasn't really quiet. And I tend to have an attitude. Chuckle. Yeah, I saw that. Well, now that I'm here, can we crash in here? He was surprised to hear that, but understood after some thought. They probably didn't want to stay in the place where they hear their grandpa suffering without being able to do anything. And now that the building is cleared, Katniss chose his place, which made him happy that she trusted him at least this much. Well, Siri, that will be your room. Your sister will join you shortly, okay? Here. Standing, he got to his backpack just for a show to retrieve a cube game from his storage seal, and giving it to her. Katniss understood and told her sister to go sleep and that she will be with here later. I wanted to ask, but didn't want you to take it wrong. Go ahead. Do you want my help with, your grandfather? I can put him to rest. He spoke softly, not wanting to agitate her. I'll do it. I just need some time to prepare myself. Tomorrow, I will do it tomorrow. But can you come with me? Sure, I'll be there. Now go have a sleep. Oh, take this. He reached onto his pocket, taking out a key and giving it to her. Lock it from the inside, and don't worry, I'll have you two safe as long as you are within reach. Good night. Thanks, Sasuke, for everything. Good night. Sasuke left, taking a bottle of water from storage and sipped slowly as the events of today replayed on his mind, reviewing everything he saw. One of the cases stood starkly urgent. Let's ask him. Maybe he knows something. With that, Sasuke walked to the room Billy occupied and knocked lightly. You up, Billy? Yeah, come in. Stepping inside, he saw the man sitting on the sofa watching the fading moon on the sky. After small greeting, Sasuke got to the point. I need to tell you something. Sure, mate. Throw it. Billy partially thought the boy would ask him to leave to another apartment, considering the girl and all the mess between them. This is the second time I see a weird case concerning a walker. But what he heard made Billy straighten in his seat, looking serious. If something made this boy worried, then it isn't small matter at all. And that is, both walkers, they have no sign of being bitten. The first one was in this building, in one apartment in the 4th floor. I can show you tomorrow. The second, it's the woman from yesterday. She too wasn't bitten. She somehow turned after ... Those son of bitches killed her while doing that. Are you sure? 90%. I still didn't witness with my eyes, but all clues pointed to that. A bite isn't necessary for you to turn. Fuck. Maybe a scratch? I saw some who turned the same after being badly clawed at. Well shit. I need to be more careful. I'm sure she wasn't scratched. There were traces of her being cuffed, but nothing draws blood. We are in a shitload of serious situation then, so we need to be more careful and make sure no one of us risk exposing their bodies to them, like their blood, saliva and whatever. That's why I made sure to have a mask on me, aside from the stench issue. Anyway, I'm also not familiar with the area here, and we need to find more supplies. I've got a map. Seriously? Yeah. Took it from an office. When I decided to leave Florida, Standing Ha went to his bag and retrieved a map from it. So here it is. There's a bar in this street. We could find guns there. They always keep one under the counter, but there was a group of walkers nearby when I passed by it the morning. Think we should give it to time to inspect tomorrow? Would be a good year. My plan was to take meds, head back to the mall and try to see if I can find a safe entry point. And from there figure something when you saved my ass. That plan could still stand as a viable option. We fight and watch each other's back. What about Archer girl? I don't know, man. A part of me tells me that we should have her get accustomed to fight and survive out there. But Siri, we couldn't leave her alone here either. How about this? She stays here with her sister. I give her the revolver and she secured doors better in case anyone tried sneaking around while we are out. And once we get one of the armored vehicles the army abandoned, we can start moving and the little girl can stay in the car, safe. Sounds good, but I'll ask them first if they want this, otherwise, I'll just find another way to keep them safe. Perfect for me. So tomorrow is the close look at the bar, then the mall? Yay, have a good night, Billy. See you tomorrow. The next morning after the group had a simple breakfast, Sasuke left with Katniss and Siri toward their apartment while Billy went to the apartment Sasuke told him about to check the walker and scavenge around. Unaware that Sasuke had already stripped it bare of anything worthy. You sure Siri should be seeing this? He asked Katniss, not sure himself. Yeah, I talked to her. Siri is strong. Stronger than me, and I want her to be ready for the life outside soon. Starting from this, you knew? He hadn't told her about his plans after all. The walls are thin and I'm sorry, but I heard your talk with Billy yesterday. I also think that we should start looking around for a better place. You don't need to worry about me. Katniss patted his arm with a warm smile. She heard everything last night when she was eavesdropping, and she's happy to know that this man is really looking after them and thinking about her sister's safety. I'm good with bows. I never miss a target as long as it is within a 30-meter 32-yard. Moving, stationary, multiple ... It doesn't matter. I can take them down, but I only have 2 arrows left intact. Sasuke raised a brow at that but didn't comment, nor did he think she was lying. He simply let it to be seen when the right time comes. Siri, you know what are we going to do next? Sasuke wanted to make sure the little girl had it in her. He didn't want to expose her to such things if possible, but that's a long wish in this kind of world. Yes, I do, Sasuke. I want Grandpa to rest in peace. I don't want that thing to use Grandpa's body anymore. Her firmness and matureness surprised him. It pained him that kids here are slowly turning the same like the ones in the shinobi world, exposed to the darkness of the world at a young age, learning to fight for survival. Alright, I will go in first and restrict him so you can have your time. Just know that I won't do such action with every walker. This is a special case. Katniss nodded with slightly trembling hands. She killed the walkers before, but this is different. This was her beloved grandfather. What is left of him? Inside, Sasuke took the key from her, opened the door and pushed the old walker who lunged at him back before circling him quickly and restricting him with a rope. "All right, Katniss, it's safe," he called after securing it to a chair. The old bearded walker kept biting and struggling to move close to them. Katniss entered holding Ciri's hand tightly and her bow on the other hand. Tears fell down their cheeks seeing his state, and Katniss wiped them using her sleeve before taking an arrow and nocking it, aiming at his head, still trembling. Sasuke just stood by the side ready to react in case of something going wrong, while Ciri held his hand with hers, crying as she witnessed what had become of her sweet grandpa. "Oh, it's okay, Katniss. He is no longer here. Say your goodbye and put his body to rest. Ciri and I are here with you," he spoke gently, seeing her hesitate. "I'm sorry, Grandpa. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to save you. I'm grateful for what you did to us and I will never forget your teachings. I will make sure to take care of Ciri and keep her safe. We love you." Gug. Sasuke patted Ciri's head and gestured her to bid him goodbye. "Just sleep in peace, Grandpa, and watch us. I will grow to be a strong girl like my sister. I love you." With that, Katniss fired the arrow, tears trailing down her cheeks before she turned and hugged the sobbing Ciri. Her resolve grows firmer. She will make a world where her sister would be protected and no longer live in fear and hunger. She will do everything to make that reality. Following that, Sasuke helped rolling him in clean clothes and carried him as they headed outside to the back of the building, where Sasuke started digging a grave and the surrounding lawn, which Katniss and Billy soon joined with shovels. After a silent prayer, everyone headed up again as Sasuke started detailing their future plans. "And so, you just need to make sure the windows are covered. Don't make too much noise and cover the door with something heavier." "I will, and we will join you once you have an armored car. I'm grateful to what you are doing for us, Sasuke and Uncle Billy. And I'm sorry about what I said last night." "Don't worry about it, little one. It's what we should be doing." After that, Sasuke equipped her with Billy's revolver and few smoke bombs, explaining how they work. The two of them checked their gears and set out with light backpacks, ready to refill them. Behind them the building became a living trap. Sasuke never let things to chances. If someone tried to force the door from the outside, the trap will trigger and their fate won't be good. "What about the restaurant?" "Our things are still there. I will retrieve the goods after we finish with everything." "How much far are we from the bar?" "Not much. We will cut through the park ahead, then a block after it." "And the mall?" "The other side of the road from the corner. It's a small one, but we may find food, clothes and even some weapons, as long as the place isn't overrun." 5 minutes later they arrived at the site, and Sasuke saw a truck that was overturned, blocking a part of the door at the entrance of the bar. Sasuke turned to Billy, who smashed a walker while they were eyeing the place. "We don't know what is inside from here, and we certainly don't know what is inside the truck, so best I go first. One whistle if the walkers stroll toward the bar while I'm in. Two in case of humans, and toss a smoke bomb at the truck if it is a horde." "Hop up." Sasuke backed to the wall of the shop and put his hands together, signaling for Billy to climb the small roof above them. "It would have been a lot better if I had a long-range rifle in me. But sure, let's do it your way. Call me if you need help." Sasuke nodded and helped him jump to the roof, tossing up his backpack. "Go, I have eyes on you. There are two on the other side of the truck, all right." The search was smooth. Sasuke did find a shotgun exactly where Billy suggested, with more 20 rounds hidden in a cabinet beside it. There were few walkers in, and once again Sasuke stripped the place bare of everything worthful. Liquor, few ingredients, some good chairs and tables. And soon he regrouped with Billy, tossing the shotgun at him. "This thing produce a loud noise, so bet not use it if we're not in a difficult situation." "Whistle, that's what I'm talking about." "Was there anything else in there?" "Liquors. I got few for you." "I'm such a lucky ass, ha. Let's go for our next." Billy's sentence came to a halt as the duo heard the loud sound of glass breaking, coming exactly from the direction they were heading to. "Let's go. Keep an eye for the surroundings." They both ran as Sasuke took the vanguard, like always, dropping heads at the front while Billy smashed every walker that came trotting from the sides. Soon the mall came into view and they saw what caused the ruckus. 3 people were running away from the walkers, chasing them from the side entrance of the mall. Possibly a family, a grown man in his 40s holding a stick and a gun, a boy running beside him holding shovel and a woman in front of them. Tired and scared as the walkers came closer and one suddenly lunged at the woman from behind a nearby car. Sasuke, seeing this, already swung his arm in wide arc, throwing multiple kunais, hitting the one who was about to catch the woman and 3 walkers behind the other 2. This way, Billy called, dropping another walker, and it was then the family noticed them and the walkers that dropped by what the man had thrown earlier. "Go Jenny, run!" The black male holding the stick shouted at her, frightened at what was sure to happen to his wife if not for that masked man. He looked behind him briefly, seeing more coming, but the closest to them already dropped dead from those things the man was throwing. Soon they came to their sides and the bearded man holding a bloodied bat spoke to the masked man beside him. "We need a place to hide in, Sasuke. They can't run more," Billy spoke, seeing the woman panting and holding her knees, already too tired. The young boy beside them was no better. "The bar. Follow me." Sasuke turned and tossed a smoke bomb toward the incoming walkers behind them. It is the first time for Billy to see the little marbles in action, and he was surprised by the thick cloud of smoke that erupted, instantly blanketing the street behind them. Sasuke turned, made the reluctant boy climb his back and run ahead faster than all of them, who ran by themselves, blade in hand ready for any walker. After a few breaths they were in the bar, and Sasuke made the family stay behind the counter while Billy closed the door from inside and pushed whatever few tables were left inside. Meanwhile Sasuke made another check on the whole place, wary of any walker that may have stumbled in after he left the place earlier. Soon they were all in front of the counter, sitting to regain their breaths. "You good, mate?" "That was a close call. Fortunately we heard the noise." "Yeah, we are. Thanks to you." "I'm Morgan Jones. Those are my wife Jenny and son Juan." "Man, I'm grateful for your help. God knows what would have happened if it weren't for you two," the man panted, leaning back and comforting his son beside him. "Thank you for saving us." The woman turned to them, accepting the water, and thanked them too. She was surprised to see that the one who saved her is surprisingly just a young man behind the mask, who looked to be in his late teens. "Happy you made it. I'm Sasuke Uchiha and this is my friend Billy Butcher. We shouldn't have let him go there alone," Morgan said, pacing around. "It has been more than 10 minutes already and the boy still hasn't returned." "Don't worry, I assure you he has what it takes to be out there." "Aren't you worried?" "He is your friend." "Believe me, I am." "More than anyone. But I know, we would have been nothing more than just a burden to him." "You saw him. He can do crazy things and it's better if he doesn't have anyone to split his focus on protecting." "Let's wait." He said it would be at least 30 minutes. But he'd gone only to retrieve his weapons back. "Why that much?" Billy stood silent for a moment before telling him. "He is most likely in the mall. We had it in our plans before meeting you." "Then we shouldn't be staying here letting a boy risk himself," Morgan argued. "Yeah. He knows how dangerous it is for his family to go, and he won't feel good leaving them here alone. Even though he felt guilty toward the boy who saved them. That's why we shouldn't do something stupid now and increase the amount of troubles for him. Sasuke can get in and out fast and skillfully. He doesn't need distraction. Once he scout the place, I will join him." "You stay here with your family." "Then I will "No mate, I don't recommend it." "If I'd learned something from that boy, then that is Never underestimate walkers. They can be deceiving. They can be everywhere." It took but one stupid moment, one careless action, and a catastrophe happen. So stay as the adult man here and protect your family. Once we are back, we leave all together. "Cool. All right, we can do that. Thank you again." "Don't worry about it. I hope he is fine," Jenny added, holding the hands of her son and husband, praying for that boy's safety. Meanwhile the boy they were all worried about was so satisfied that he could be dancing if not for the mood in the place. Sasuke stood amidst multiple walkers, dead around him as he'd just finished with clearing the food section. And what a great haul! Even though there happened something he didn't expect in the least, something that made his mood foul, and worried him even more about walkers, but he kept it to the back of his mind for now. This mall was clearly untouched since the breakout, as it had at least 70 walkers roaming all around, which was enough to form a horde if they were concentrated in one place. And now with those dealt with, Sasuke finally reached the 10 threads milestone. He now has a 13 thread of chakra, It felt stupid to be happy about this as it is still as useless as ever. Even a civilian kid may have multiple amounts of his. But still, now he can at least trigger an explosion tag, which is akin to holding a grenade with you. It adds to the feeling of safety. After finishing with the clothes section, he headed back up to the second floor, and straight to the camping section. There, he put 3 big duffel bags side by side and started filling them to take them back with him. A pain in the ass but necessary to do to keep appearances. Axes, hunting knives, ropes, flares, machetes, boots, sturdy safety gear, hooks, lighters, 19 CBs, fishing gears, and the most important, crossbows and arrows, and another hunting rifle with 3 boxes full of its ammo, a whole set of 4 crossbows and 45 arrows in total, with 2 more being manual hunting bows, chocolate, protein bars, energy drinks that were spoiled, plastic baits, animal food and seeds, and finally, water filters. After putting the hunting rifle, one of the crossbows and hunting bow and the arrows in his backpack, separating the other supplies and items into the 3 bags until all of them became stuffed full, Sasuke turned and stood beside the remaining items. He had already stacked everything in this section into one big mound and proceeded with hand seals before pressing it and commanding seal. What followed was the extraordinary scene of the items that occupied the whole place disappearing just like that with a puff. His space now is 13 times what it had been the first time he woke up here, which was already as big as a whole room back then. Thus Sasuke never hesitated when it came to looting, since everything stayed in its optimal state once thanks to whatever the crow had done to it. He is worried that he wouldn't be able to stuff it full and not the other way around. With the things he has now, he can live with a small group for 3 months if they have a safe shelter. But he knows, it's not enough. Not even close. Turning, he headed to the last section, which have hygiene items, house furnitures and utensils, then redo the process one last time. The mall wasn't what it was supposed to be. It seems people had already brought many things, nearly emptying it. Maybe before the outbreak or during it, which explains the low stock on the storage rooms when it comes to food, clothes and defense tools. Which also explains why there were so many walkers here and the amount of discarded charts everywhere. They were possibly caught by walkers while on it. As Sasuke promised, he appeared at the front doors of the bar holding 3 big duffel bags stuffed to the brim after 25 minutes of absence. "You are back, thank God. Are you okay?" Jenny asked with concern, seeing him holding those heavy bags all alone. "Yeah, don't worry, Billy. Anything while I was away?" "Nothing unusual, boy, but we didn't agree to have you be there doing all the work, alone." "This isn't the scouting I've agreed to." "I know, but there were a whole lot of them, and sorry to say this but you won't be of any help there. I had to be discreet to fill those." "I'm surprised you people made it out of there safe." Sasuke wasn't cursing them, but he was truly surprised by the number of walkers there. "We didn't make it far. They were on the stairs to the second floor and one of them sneaked behind us, which alerted the other walkers, making us flee in panic." "Well, here you go." He passed a bag to Billy and Morgan, one each. "Inside are food, clothes and some weapons I found. There's a CB2 in each bag in case we are separated and have to communicate." I put it to channel 33.3. "You sure, young man? I don't know how to feel about this. We are already grateful for what you did for us out there." "You don't have to worry about it, just use it for the better and keep fighting." "Thank you, dear. We won't forget what you've done for us." Jenny smiled at the boy, grateful to meet kind people like him. "You found a fucking crossbow." "Sorry." Billy turned and apologized to the family, who weren't that much bothered with it. Duan even smirked hearing that, as he was surprised to seeing the thing the handsome guy pulled. It looked cool. "And arrows too. Good." Billy smiled, looking at the haul Sasuke had brought with him. Seems he really is thinking about his archer girl. Katniss said it is her thing. "So, you good to go?" As if feeling his gaze, Sasuke clarified, not even understanding why before asking them. "You need to rest, man. I'm surprised you held 3 of those things and ran all the way." This alone weighed around 40 pounds, 20 kilograms. Morgan was wondering if he was getting old and weak at this point. First the boy held Yuan and ran like he hadn't. And then this, after fighting and all that. I'm okay, don't worry about me. There are melee weapons in there, axes and such. I don't know about giving sharp things to the untrained, but better equip your son with a bat though. And guys, aim for the head. Always. Anywhere else won't work on them. We can rest for more, son. And may I ask, where are we going? Morgan asked while passing him water. Sasuke held his head in embarrassment. He forgot to ask about them. Jenny smiled when she heard him asking that, and they told him about their situation. Apparently they got stuck at one point and with nowhere to turn to when more walkers conquered more lands and the traffic became worse, so they were forced to break into a house here in King County. It is about half a mile south of the building they are using now. I see, we have an apartment complex, secured with many of the apartments inside empty and clean, others. Not much. We plan to change place soon, but for now it's a decent shelter to us. How about you use one of the apartments there, or I can accompany you to your place after we put our things at the building? Sasuke asked after thinking carefully. He knows more people means more mouths to feed, but he wasn't concerned about that. For him the more people the better, as that would mean more hands to help, as long as they aren't a danger to his current people. Think about it, mate, more people can help each other survive better, and I don't think the outside world would be always safe. We already met horrible people. Those who won't hesitate to hurt their kin. Billy too thought along the same lines. The man looks strong and his son can help with light things, and Billy knows he and Sasuke can't cover all things alone. What do you think? Morgan didn't answer right away but turned to his family. The offer is tempting and those two didn't look like bad people, but he still needs to do what his family is comfortable with. I think we should go with them, Daddy. More people, and a complex might be better than a house with many windows. Yuan said, he honestly just wanted to learn throwing knives from that guy. His wife nodded, offering more points. They have their supplies so they won't be bothering the group with food. What they need now is more safety. Alright, but I may need to go back to the house we were in so we can take our things there too. Is that okay? Perfectly fine. I will help you with that. Billy nodded and the group did a final check before leaving the bar in a triangle formation. With Sasuke in the front while Billy and Morgan guarded the back with the other two in the center. And so they made it back to the building safely. That night after the group made it back safely to the building, they introduced the Jones family to the two sisters who welcomed them. They all sat around a big table for dinner that Jenny cooked with the help of Katniss. For the first time since long, Morgan sat again in such a light mood alongside his family and other people, talking and speaking with some smiles. The fear and exhaustion were still there, hanging over them suffocatingly. But at least now there is hope. A hope for small safe moments like those to expand. Who knows? Maybe one day they won't be living in this fear anymore. Just maybe. I'm telling ya, that boy was reckless and he only listens to you, princess. So go and give him a scolding later. Billy smirked as he talked to Siri, who laughed, getting comfortable with the new people around her. Sasuke shot an amused glare at Billy and just kept drinking his cup of water, smiling at Siri, who was laughing to Billy's jokes. I hate to be the one to put this wonderful mood down, but can I have your attention please? Everyone, Sasuke spoke softly. And everyone here comes to know that he was a man whose words and opinion hold weight. Even Katniss, who came to know about the crazy things he can do from Billy. From his amazing skills with blades and fighting, his accuracy when throwing things, to his immensely strong body, intelligence and instincts. She never thought he was that strong, and even wondered if they were overestimating him. But no one here seems to do that, not even Jenny, as she explained how impressed she was with how many walkers he killed along the road back here. Thus everyone nodded, stopping their talks, and Billy told him to speak, already sensing another issue in the way. The boy seems to be hell-bent on showing how deep shit the world they are living in is. There are 7 people here. I figured that everyone here has an experience regarding this new world, and I wanted to exchange what we know so far. Maybe we can benefit others with things they didn't know. I will go first. They all nodded. This short safe period only means that tomorrow will be another day of struggling to survive in this world. So first, walkers. We know that a bite would turn you into one of them. right?" They nodded again, and Katniss talked about what she got to know with some sadness. "It starts with fever, burning fever. That's what grandfather felt before ... He locked himself. Jenny held her hand, showing her support. "The time to turn after that varies. It can be few minutes, can be hours." That was Butcher, and Morgan said he witnessed one turn within half an hour outside his house. Sasuke nodded as his tortured victim turned after 10 minutes. "Yeah, their weakness is the head, the brain to be more exact. Otherwise, no matter how much damage you inflict, they just keep going on to have a piece of you. So always aim for that." Sasuke spoke, and emphasized that to the youngest of them more. It was painful to talk to kids about killing, but necessary in this world. They all need to know those things. Next, they are attracted to sound the most. They can see and smell. So never risk any of that, and of course a physical contact would alert them whether it is an item or your body. They are more active at night. Don't know if it's just that or due to the cold, but yeah, night isn't good time to wander. Morgan said his piece, something many here didn't know. "So, be sure not to be bitten, scratched or have any blood or saliva of theirs into your system. We don't know how the infection can work, so it's better to be cautious with all the possibilities. For kids, T. Never ever face one. Always run to someplace safe and hide. We will be there to keep you safe, but just in case something happens, run and hide in safe place and don't make noise or open it until you hear one of us talking." "Okay?" Duan and Siri both nodded. They took every word seriously, being that both saw those things and were scared of them. "What I am about to add may be disturbing, but it's of utmost importance," Sasuke said, making Billy think about the turning without the bite issue. But again, Sasuke surprised him with a new piece of info. "Some walkers, in rare cases, one witnessed by me so far, can still make some intellectual actions." This surprised all of them. They all know that walkers, while aggressive, are dumb. They just stand there or run to catch you. They don't ride vehicles, use weapons, or climb things like ladders. "What do you mean exactly by intellect, Sasuke?" "One of them turned a knob earlier. It was clumsy, but the action was human, exactly of someone who knows what the knob's function is. I think it was something like an instinct that remained there in him. Though it was only the knob, it didn't show any similar action to weapons or the window. And it just gave up after some time." He still didn't know how to feel about this. He remembered hearing a noise from the door while rummaging through a store inside the mall. And when he went to see the source, he saw from the glass door how the walker kept twisting the knob like it knew how to open the door. Thankfully he always locked them for good measure. But the walker stopped after some time and kept banging its head on the glass. "So, always make sure your doors aren't locked the correct way. I will teach those who don't know how to secure a door if the lock isn't working or is destroyed with different situations tomorrow. This is mainly the reason I used this time to tell you about this. And you did good, damn it. Such a thing would have resulted in a disaster. So now we need to always live with the idea that some of them can open doors and such." Billy held his head as the idea itself sounded unbelievable. But it was Sasuke speaking. He trusted his words. "Yeah, so from this moment, everyone here won't do anything solo, be it while on runs or staying home. What's more ... while scavenging a home, a store, a place ... anything. Secure all doors and windows before doing anything, and by secure I mean more than just close them. Use what I will teach tomorrow." With that, Sasuke sat filling another cup of water for himself. "So windows, doors and locks should always be barricaded or locked with something more complex, not something that can be opened with a twist." Billy tapped the table, getting their attention. It became clear that walkers were more dangerous than they thought. "Anything we didn't mention?" "You can speak about anything you noticed, even the ones you think are small. It can save our lives." It was Katniss who raised her hand next to show she had something to add. "Yeah, Katniss. I used to watch the outside through the windows when bored, and I figured something out. Walkers somehow are attracted to each other. For example, one is in a garage, standing still doing whatever it was for a long time. If no noise or human attracts it, they stay like that. But I saw them do an action, all of them seeing everyone listening closely." She continued. "Those walkers tend to follow other walkers like them. I saw one pass by the garage, and the walker inside who was there for 2 days straight turned and joined him in walking away mindlessly. What's more, many of them do that action. They see a nearby walker then join them in whatever they are doing, she explained in a clear tone, detailing what she saw and knew about them. So that's how they forms their big groups, like a pack of jackals. And herds are dangerous. You don't fight them, just find a way to run as far from them. Herd? That's how you call it? Morgan asked, getting a nod from Sasuke. It was actually a term from zombie movies and games, but in this world no one knows what a zombie is, nor have they heard anything about it before this. It was also why many of them didn't know how to deal with them in the start. Billy always said that they had figured their weak points very late. Accurate. Herd. I like it. Billy liked the term, but hated the subject of it to the bone. Herds, as Sasuke called them, equal destruction. They destroy whatever is alive in front of them. So I think that's all for now. Have some rest and we will see each other tomorrow. With that they bid farewell and Sasuke returned with Siri and Katniss to his apartment. Billy moved to another apartment with the same annoying smirk he tossed at Sasuke, as if saying, "You can't use me as an excuse anymore now, can you? So make a move." The next morning the group gathered on the lowest floor with wood planks and nails. They all thought that even though the building is safe from the walkers, barricading the windows on the first few floors would be better, just in case someone tried to break in using a ladder or something. Thus, for hours they worked together, making the place more clean and safe. Morgan joined as he decided to head back to his house in the afternoon with Billy, while Sasuke would go to the fast food store and retrieve the remaining supplies there. At noon they grouped for lunch. Sasuke instructed the ones who will remain here what to do and gave them a CP for emergencies. Katniss told him she will go with him while Jenny, Duan and Siri stay in his apartment. The store wasn't that far and he can be back in 3 minutes if he runs at full speed. Thus he wasn't that worried. His traps can keep others for more than 3 minutes, as everyone saw this morning how they work and how to trigger them. So he agreed to her request and soon they checked their gear as the two groups separated once outside. Katniss and Sasuke turned right while Billy followed Morgan south toward the house armed with the rifle Sasuke gave him alongside the shotgun and smoke bombs. Let's keep contact with each other on the CP. With a farewell bidding each other luck they headed to their next point. Georgia, King County, 2010. 15:34 p.m. So you are really a ninja, the real deal? Yeah. Wow, so there are more like you? How did you train? Where? Katniss wasn't usually one to be nosy, but seeing the way Sasuke moved and eliminated all the walkers, she became curious. At first she just joked saying he looked like a ninja, but who would have expected him to say that he really is? And Sasuke, who was ready for their last trip with the food, just sighed at her curiousness. He wasn't annoyed. He just didn't know how to explain things that are an apostrophe real for this world. He didn't want to seem like a liar if they found something untrue later on. After all, those things are just true to him. It's a family thing. You know that some families kept to the traditions for hundreds of years, like the decision of keeping a clan. Was there still such a thing in Japan? Yeah, Ninja Clan. They were somewhat close to a secret. Not dangerous even. He didn't believe the last word. They just kept to themselves from the world, always stating how we are a different breed, yet here he is, lying. He just didn't have another way to introduce himself, his difference. Thus he mixed his life with both his previous worlds and this one. The rogue special force from the world of the era of 2025, the Roganin from the Shinobi world, and this mix of both in the apocalyptic one. Different? How? Katniss asked as she took a seat beside him eating a cookie. She was tired after making 2 trips back and forth, even though he was the one who did most of the lifting. Yet he didn't even seem to be tired as he talked about his life, and Katniss had to look away from his face, otherwise she might creep him from her stares. He was seriously too damn good looking for his own good. Thankfully he is strong. Well, she would be protecting him if he wasn't. I don't know. They always told us about our ancestor, a legendary figure who was named Madara Uchiha. They talked about how he ascended and grasped at our bloodline's true strength and potential. Reaching a new height of a human being. Supernatural. Haha, seriously? Wait. You believe that? She looked at him and saw the look in his eyes. The guy didn't scoff or anything, and his eyes held confidence as if that was the reality. Something he believed is true and didn't care the least what others thought. Had you ever imagined that the dead would be rising at some point in your life? Sasuke asked, because he knows at some point he will do things no human could. And he didn't want her to fear him. But this is different. That Madara, history should have archived him if he was truly that legendary. Yet I never heard anything about him in the internet, newspapers or anything like that. No one I know did. There was, in our clan's history and records, back to the Warring States era when he lived. Well, anyway, that's how our teaching in our clan was. You learn how to fight and train from young age. Have you killed people? Would you hate me if I say yes? He hoped not, but it won't surprise him really. Wouldn't feel comfortable knowing the person sitting beside them was trained to kill from the age of 6. I don't know, Sasuke. To me, you are just an amazingly strong and kind guy who saved me and my sister from this hell, who gave us a chance. I'm curious about what you did and all, but I know life shapes us all differently. Just like I have my own secrets and issues, everyone must too. He smiled. She saw him smiling many times, but it always felt polite or relieved, like when seeing Siri laugh. This felt different. He smiled because of her, maybe even happy, and Katniss loved it. She felt like a little girl who heard a praise, especially when he gave her a light pat to her head, even though she would normally hate it. I appreciate that, Katniss. Really, I'm not a good guy. Not really. I did many bad things, and sadly, probably would do in the future. This is just the world we live in. But know this, I would never harm or betray my people. Good people. I will always protect you. All I ask is, if at some point in the future, my actions seem to be severe or wrong, don't judge me fast and trust in me. He patted her hand and stood again, ready to leave back, yet Katniss somehow reached for his sleeve. She stared at him and almost leaned over when the CB on his chest produced some noise before a voice sounded from it. ZZZ Butcher here. You receiving, boy? ZZZ taking it. Sasuke pressed to talk. Loud and clear, Billy. What's the situation? ZZZ. Long story short, we got back to his home safe, but a man showed up around soon after, injured and wearing only a hospital gown. Morgan invited him and cleaned his wound that was stinky, a gunshot wound. ZZZ. Katniss and Sasuke turned to look at each other. The previous pink atmosphere gone. Another survivor. ZZZ. Is he alone? Dangerous? What is the situation with him? Over. ZZZ. ZZZ. Guy reacted like he was living under a fucking rock when asked about the walkers. Apparently he's a sheriff deputy who was in coma since before the outbreak and didn't know what is happening to the world. ZZZ. Billy sipped some water then resumed. ZZ said he woke up this noon and he came to this place from the hospital in a fucking bicycle. Lucky he didn't run into a walker before meeting us. Morgan is taking care of him. Guy's still weak and needs help. We may not return tonight. Over. ZZZ. ZZ said you need me to come? We are on our last trip. Over. ZZZ. ZZZ no need man, we are safe and place is extra secured. We still have food here. I've already told Jenny and Juan about the situation here and that I will return tomorrow morning. Please keep them and yourselves safe. ZZZ. This time it was Morgan's voice coming through. ZZZ. Sure, reach for me anytime, alright? And I will be there in minutes. Just don't do it late. You see something wrong, you tell me. Keep safe. And may I know his name? The injured man. ZZZ. ZZZ said will do. He goes by Rick Grimes. See you later, kid. Enjoy the solitude. ZZZ. With that, Sasuke put the CP back in his chest, his mind reeling. He finally remembered who Morgan is, and when did he saw him? A TV show. A fucking TV show he watched ages ago with Yuri, who was a fan of zombies. The Walking Dead. And this Rick they talked about? He was the fucking protagonist. It was many years ago. Way before his life turned to shit since he watched the series. He still remembers some important points about it, but that's all. So much happened after he joined the military, so much changed. But that name, Rick Grimes. He still remembers that. The same way he didn't forget Naruto he watched as a kid. Yuri used to like the man. He was a big fan who respected his way of life, his evolution throughout the series. He always talked how it would be cool to live in there, just for the thrill of it. Yuri always hated it when good people died in that series. And now Sasuke felt his mind overheating as he tried to recall the scenes and plot of it. The camp, the attack on it, many died in there. Sasuke, hello, you good? Oh, yeah, I was just thinking. Let's go. Shaking his head, Sasuke carried the bag and water gallons wired together while Katniss carried another one. They exited through the back door and marched on the now familiar road back toward the building they reside in. The road back became clear of walkers since they killed many in the area, and all the way, Sasuke kept thinking, trying to recall the plot and the story, that's why I didn't know who his resemblance was to. His wife and later his son died in that series. Thankfully we changed that. This time I will make sure to keep them safe. I will do my best to make that him. Billy. Everyone. I hope he is okay. That man. Must be hard for someone to wake up from coma just to witness how the world turned to be, unaware of what happened to their loved ones. I can't imagine how hard it is for him now. Katniss spoke with pity. This Rick guy is really unfortunate to experience such a thing. Thankfully he met the others. Morgan and Billy aren't bad guys, they would help others just like Sasuke did to them. Even in a world where helping someone else can turn out to be the greatest mistake in your life. Yeah, must feel like a nightmare. Will help if he ever needs it. Sasuke. I never asked. But do you have someone, a family? Katniss asked hesitatingly. She knows that for him to be alone and not searching around meant only one thing. But she asked, she really wants to know him better, to understand him. His life and burdens. I had, all gone. Memories flashed back to him, deep buried memories, pain that came with being Sasuke Uchiha. He didn't know his real parents back in his world, he just knows what it feel like to have a brother who took the role of a father even though he never asked for it. Yuri was always there for him. But as Sasuke. He buried those memories deep, he didn't want to recall the scenes of his parents, even though it didn't really affect his mentality, it was just a scene that was etched as a part of his mind. The clan that got massacred, his parents by a brother and another Uchiha. A brother who, unlike what the original Sasuke felt toward, he despised him greatly. That man, for all his reasons. Killed his parents, old and young people from their clan. No amount of bullshit village excuses made that acceptable to him. He would never forget the scene of his mother and father lying in a pool of their blood, with Itachi standing behind them, emotionless, sword dripping with their blood as that accursed Mangekyou spun in his eyes. But it is all in the past. He wasn't the real Sasuke, he wasn't in the shinobi world, and Itachi was no more. In the end, he just inherited his legacy. Something he came to understand lately as a thing like being adopted, a son to Sasuke. With his bloodline, expertise and memories as the only life lessons he can give, and the only needed. Sasuke's thoughts spiraled, suddenly tensed before relaxing, letting the soft body hug him from behind. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you remember your pain. I just wanted to know you. I'm really sorry, Sasuke. Katniss, who saw a single tear drop from his left eye even as he kept walking in silence with his stoic expression, didn't know what to do and just hugged him like their grandfather used to do when she and Siri cried. Just a hug that converts her feelings. He left? Yeah, man was anxious. His wife and son had probably left alive in the outbreak from what we saw on his house, Morgan said, sipping from his cup of coffee. We tried to make him wait until we found a good plan forward, but guy just left, broke into the police station where he used to work, armed himself and hit the road toward Atlanta. He thinks the refuge there is where his family is. Billy recounted what happened with the man named Rick Grimes. He was surprised when Sasuke showed up first thing in the morning, and Sasuke just felt frustrated. He came here as soon as he can in the morning after Katniss and others woke up. Yet the man had already left, leaving some guns, ammo and a walkie-talkie with Morgan. He wondered what was wrong with Rick. Sasuke had already said to them after he returned to the building that he will be there in the morning. But he also understood that for someone who woke up yesterday and still hadn't met with the walkers, a lot heard of them. Cautiousness wouldn't be in mind. And Rick just wanted to meet his family as soon as possible. Of course he won't waste time waiting for some young guy to come and talk to him. Well, let's go back with that. They boarded an SUV Morgan found and drove with the supplies back to the building. He is Rick after all, he will survive. Guess our next stop is a fuck. I don't remember where their camp should be. He scratched that idea and just focused on his next goal, resources. The women back already had breakfast ready for them. Once they all had their stomachs full, Sasuke went to his room and started gearing up. Soon Katniss came and asked what he was getting ready for. I will head for the military outpost Morgan heard about from Rick. There must be vehicles and guns there. I'll come with you. No you won't. There can be a herd there for all we know. Weren't you the one who put the rule that no one moves alone? And now you are gonna break it after less than a day? Katniss crossed her hands leaning on the doorframe looking at him with a little smirk. Fuck me. That sass made Sasuke rub his forehead. She just had to use that against him. Alright you win, but I want you to follow my words. So enough when I say enough, okay? We move forward when I say, and we retreat when I say. Noted. I'm not stubborn, don't worry. Yeah, I'm not buying that. Go gear up, wear those two. He tossed her chest protector, arm braces and knee protectors. And go first, pack everything you have, we may be leaving the place soon. You know how to drive, right? Yeah, got my license when I turned 19. Good. You may be driving back one of the vehicles if we end up finding any. With that, Katniss left to pack their baggages while Sasuke went down to talk with others. Are you sure you don't want us to go with you? Can be dangerous there. Don't worry, I'll take care of us. We need those Humvees, in case we have to leave this place. What's the plan? We stay here and let you two go and risk yourselves with no backup. Billy knew this wouldn't be their base. The corpses were all cleared but traces of blood and tragedy were everywhere. And honestly, such a big building in the town was like a beacon. Sooner or later a big group would set their eyes on it for scavenging. You guys are our line of defense here. There are kids and a woman here. So I'll make it quick. Find vehicles, any weapons, fuel, and we set off back here. What I ask you to is to think of a route out of here. You know the place better than me. While helping siphon the fuel from the cars around here if possible. Billy got a map. I have one on me too, but to where? The location we may leave toward. Let's scout the area outside the city first. I don't know what has become of Atlanta, but if it was bad, I don't want to risk it, so we circle out of it first. Make contact with Rick at the discussed time. We join if it is safe or think about our next stop from there. Better a place to be away from the population, have suitable land to plan a shelter around it. Anyway, that's my thought. Discuss it and we will talk what better course we need to take. The important things is we stay together. He remembered what Rick found in Atlanta from the Seri, and he thought that starting with that is good. But he can't just say that and ignore how everyone is feeling about this. With that, the group separated and each headed to do their work. Morgan goes around the building to get fuel from the few abandoned cars with Billy. Katniss, who finished packing, joined Sasuke heading to the outpost, while Jenny and Juan started packing too, in case they were in a hurry to leave. This time too, they are all yours until I say otherwise. Sasuke had already witnessed how good she is with archery. She didn't lie. Any target within 30 meters was in her hit domain. Happy to hear that, knocking an arrow on her hunting bow, she aimed to the right and released. Another walker had his eye pierced. So Sasuke, what are you planning for the future? He answered in the same breath, already having a simple plan forward. Find a good shelter for us, secure it, become self-sufficient as soon as possible. Maybe find more people. Good people deserving help. Overall, the same goal since the beginning. Survive. She nodded with a smile, retrieving her arrow from the walker's head. And that matter. The one of the ancestors, sir, I'm not mocking you. She held her hands up defensively as she saw him looking at her with that same expression he had most of the time, thinking he may be offended. I didn't even say a word. I know how ridiculous that must have sounded to you. All the talk about reaching heights edging to being superpowers. I'm just so curious. Can't you tell me more about it? She pleaded with cute eyes that showed no such warmth to the next walkers stumbling toward them behind a car as another arrow was knocked and launched in 2 seconds, screwing its head. It's a long story. Madara Uchiha wasn't the first legend. There had been one before him, the true ancestor to our Uchiha clan that goes by the name Indra. Anyway, back to Madara. The man can be said to be a one-man army, even against hundreds of shinobis in his era. And it's said that he awakens the true power of an Uchiha, the Sharingan. Katniss, who kept advancing and dropping walkers all around, listened to every word of his. It sounded fascinating. That kind of history and belief he and his clan held, even if it sounded like a fairy tale to her. But she tried not to judge. In the end, they are now living in a world where the dead are walking around and hunting for flesh of the living. And Sasuke is smart, logical and real. Every decision of his hinted at that. He never did a thing that showed he is the delusory type. Thus she didn't say a word and just kept asking about this Sharingan thing. Yet hearing about that bloodline, and the red eye, one that gave an upgraded vision that makes you perceive everything differently, even enabling you to do the impossible like sticking to surfaces and manipulating things. She started wondering if he was brainwashed by that clan. I know that look. Promise you'll keep a secret that no one has gotten to know, ever. Honestly, he had had enough. He can't keep hiding all the time, not from her. Some will notice soon, those who know him truly well and his movements. He grows tired of hiding from them like a thief. A single small thing would be enough to make her stop looking at him like he is a crazy man, and it would stop her from saying more when he goes on making weird decisions. Moreover, he figured that this might be the chance to test her really, see what she truly is. Sorry Sasuke, but you can't expect me to believe that, even coming from you. But yeah, I promise. Katniss shrugged her shoulders as the outpost came into their view. Few walkers were stumbling at the entrance. Sure, how about this then? Katniss looked beside her. Sasuke, who was walking with hands in pockets, raised one in front of him. Palm open, empty. He did nothing. Literally nothing before a puff of smoke suddenly erupted from his wrist, surprising her. Yet what happened next nearly made Katniss drop her bow in disbelief. A big metal weapon in the shape of the stars named shurikens he used, as big if not more than a car wheel, appeared in his hand. From fucking nowhere. There's no way he can hide such a thing in him. This beauty here is named the Demon Wind Shuriken. I know how that sounds, but I can't say it is wrong seeing what it can do to make his point. Sasuke pulled his arm back, took a breath and threw it. Katniss instinctively winced from the harsh sound it produced as it cut through the air. The big weapon spun like a helicopter's overhead blades, flying at great speed forward, and she watched in amazement that big thing cutting straight through the midsections of a whole 5 walkers ahead before being embedded deep into the ground behind their now ripped bodies. Your fucking clan was telling the truth? Just who the fuck are you people? The girl who never used foul language now lost control after witnessing something just as mind-blowing as the first time she saw walkers. First lesson, Katniss. Never ever strode into unknown territory like this without having intelligence concerning the place you are walking into. The expected number of both walkers and humans, dangers, exits out and in. Fallback plans and reinforcements if possible. After 15 minutes evading Katniss's questions and burning curiosity about how he made the weapon appear from thin air, the duo made it into the camp yard. He promised her to explain when they are back, though he already planned to scratch that to being the power of words and let her imagine the rest. If a magician can pull a bird with a trick, so can I. Being handsome have its perks. They won't care if you are a little freak. But we haven't done anything like that so far. She didn't want to argue, but he really just stepped into the yard, pulling that demon thing from the ground, rolled its blades, retracting it into what resembled a curved huge blade, then hoisted it on his hip. For multiple reasons. First, cause we don't have much time to do a field practice now. Second, because you have me. I already know what we should expect here. More like I already scanned the field for any possible traces left recently from humans, but there's but one. Rick S. So our enemies are walkers here. Guess there's no need to go into all that with her. She needs to experience it firsthand. Katniss, hold on. He held a hand up. They had already discussed signals, but he has a plan for still voicing his signals out loud. The place around was as creepy as it can be. Silent and abandoned. A chopper was burned ahead. Another one looked intact to their right. Multiple Humvees were around. Sasuke counted 8. The good ones. Tents were perched around the yard. Boxes in the ground, some holding few weapons and ammunition. Others empty. Simulate that I'm not with you here. Tell me your next set of actions. Katniss looked at him for a moment, closed her eyes briefly before stating what she would do if her safest pillar wasn't here. Take the few weapons and ammo that are on the open ground, enough to fill a bag. Reach for the closest Humvee, that one, she pointed. I don't know how to hotwire a car, but let's assume I do. You told me you will teach me how. Anyway, I will make sure the inside of the car is safe. Even the backside. Hotwired it and drove straight out. She finished and waited for his input. Let's assume a few, about 6 to 9 walkers heard the noise while you were inside trying to get it to start. They crowded your car. What then? She frowned, really thinking about it. Probably drive over them once I get it to start. It didn't. Maybe fuel issue, maybe a maintenance thing. And now your presence is known, and you're stuck in there. What next? You are making it hard for me. Okay, give me a minute. So try to fight my way out, with the guns I've secured earlier. He sighed, expecting that. To those who didn't experience that encompassment from multiple walkers, it may sound easy to just fire a gun, dropping them one by one, then get out of there. No, Katniss, here's what you have to do. I stated their number specifically for this. They are 6 to 9. You don't fire. You don't make any loud sound that attracts more to you. You find something to cover yourself with, and lay down. Try to disappear from their view. He pointed to her vest. You stay silent and calm. It may take minutes. But they will disperse somewhere else eventually. You use that chance to observe, then fix your car if you know the issue, or run if it's clear. No stupid fighting, unless you are a master of it, and I mean in melee. You do that once fighting 5 around you under pressure becomes easy. You won't always have the bow with you, but any sharp object can serve as your melee weapon. Always remember this: survive first. Bravery, pride and all that can be discussed when you are truly strong. What if it is a horde of them? They can just keep being around and I am stuck. Then there are 2 options. If I am alive. You stay in your place without doing anything. I can track you wherever you are, so just trust that I will be on my way to you. That's also only if the place you are in has good defenses and not like a normal car with fragile glasses. In that case you resist until I reach you and try to strengthen your defense. If I'm dead, trust your instincts. I can only say this: whether to stay, fight your way out, or end it there. Trust your judgment. Well, I will make sure this never comes to happen, but who knows? Better have it planned from now. She didn't respond. The idea itself terrified her. She really can't imagine that. How would she feel if that were to ever happen? You didn't ask why I am talking stupidly loud here in the middle of the camp when we already learned hand signals for stealth. They are the answer. Sasuke pointed round, and Katniss knocked her arrow in alert. The place was suddenly noisy with growls. Many walkers staggered outside some of the open tents. 13. In just few seconds. Second lesson: always fear a silent place like this where there's supposed to be a population. Third lesson and our last for now. He pulled 8 kunais, rotated and threw. The remaining 8 walkers all dropped dead. Katniss took 5 before one closed in on them, making him take the action. Those things function like us. In some ways they feel tired and weak, or maybe bored. I still don't know what is it exactly. Anyway, it only happens when there's no food in sight for a long time. Living food. So if they spend a long time without feeding, and there is no way to form a marching herd, they just find a place to drop still, either standing, sitting or lying on the ground as their bodies kept rotting. Meaning, assume everything on the ground. Sitting and still is an active walker waiting to bite anything unless its head is visibly pierced through or too damaged. How do you know that? Experiments and foreknowledge. Their hunger awakens them from that slumber. Too weak to move at first but recharges to full mobility soon, like what has happened here. Now let's inspect the tents first. Remember, threads and ropes are essentials when doing runs. I didn't have you guys hold them on you just for decoration. They are important. He pulled a wire, tied it simply with the zipper of the tent, crouched down to bury a kunai on the ground at the base of the tent and showed her the wire he let through the hole in it and turned to her. Never let your guard down, even if it means doing things the boring way, since a mere bite put you down. So, we don't open things like those with our hands if possible. Use your items. Pull back to a safe space. He took few steps back until he was beside her. Until this you must have already planned a safe escape route in case too many are waiting inside. He gestured toward the open grounds behind them and then started pulling the wire. The entrance flaps separated, showing what's inside as the zipper was pulled down with the wire. Now you don't have to welcome whatever may be inside with your own body. Ready your bow, secure your corners first, then every place, behind and under furnitures. Once you are sure of it, secure the entrance behind you. And that means closing it with an interior tie so no intellect walker sneaks up on you. Then loot the place silently. Repeat the same to exit. Go. Even though he didn't plan to, Sasuke spent the next 2 hours showing her all the necessary tricks. Measures so she won't die a stupid death like the ones he watched on the zombie series and movies. He seriously can't believe how careless the cast from the TV show were when they are in unknown territories doing runs, just to be jumped upon from corners and such, ending their lives. Walkers, it takes but one misstep and you are gone. He made sure she understood that and even let her fall into some mistakes, saving her at the last moment to engrave that survival instinct into her. It was brutal, but Katniss has the heart of a warrior, thus he didn't treat her as a flower. One of such cases being that she didn't lift her head, focusing more on the ground near her feet, not expecting a legless walker who had been lying at the top bunk to just lunge from above her. Sasuke ended it in midair, pulling her back before they collided, and that did the trick. She became even more paranoid than him. Billy was a military man, and a solo survivor since the beginning to back it up. He never had those issues. Morgan, as Sasuke observed, wasn't as cautious, so he let his lessons be from Billy. A guy of similar age may work better than a kid telling you how to live. Huff huff huff. This is tiring. I don't know how can your mind keep up doing this with full focus for every run. I feel like I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Katniss slumped on the seat behind the wheels as the duo finished clearing the yard and decided to take a rest. She thought she was already cautious, keeping her surroundings clear and eyes open when she was with her grandfather. But this run changed everything. Even previous runs with Sasuke felt lighter, and only now she understood why. Because he took care of the problems before they even surface, shouldering the risks. Yet the moment she took the lead, every turn became dangerous. Some walkers were blown in half, being in places that you won't expect, like under a chair or behind a table, squeezed in places you won't be guarded from. They weren't many, but if even one of them went undetected, it could end your life in a jiffy. Their jaws were stupidly strong, ripping into flesh with ease. In 2 hours she followed his words and started simulating many scenarios, always expecting a walker to be waiting behind the corner, under and above things. A crowd of them hiding behind a tent or inside a truck. She felt like her head was bloated from all the possibilities he threw at her, and she just wanted to go back and have a good nap. You'll get used to it. You did good. And now you know how to hotwire. But are you sure you know how to drive this? It's a little different, but yeah, I can. Roads are empty anyway. I won't be killing anyone that is alive. She shrugged, and Sasuke got out from the Humvee that they packed with whatever they found. Heading to the second, similarly packed, his eyes drifted briefly to a grim scene beyond the yard. Katniss retched the first time she saw it and didn't want to be near it. The area near the hospital's emergency exit. Bodies. There were bodies everywhere, dozens of them covered in white clothes. On the ground, in the bunkers, trucks. The buzz of flies and stench can be felt even up from the camp yard. He made up his mind. Tonight he will come to retrieve the remaining Humvees and chopper into his storage seal, and then loot the hospital. The medical tools and other things that may come in handy at some point. At the hospital where silence is the only companion. Two figures moved along the dark grim corridors, each carrying two bags filled with multiple things. This place looks depressing as fuck. Take a look, Billy spat, pointing at a half-eaten corpse lying in front of them. He caught Sasuke leaving after getting back with Katniss and driving in two fucking Humvees full to the brim with weapons and ammunition they got from the military camp around there. And he didn't take a no for answer, stating he would either come along or Sasuke stay and get some rest. That man who woke up here, he was lucky this section is bare of any walker. Sure he is. Man looked like a lost puppy thrown at the moon when we first found him in a house near us. He is supposed to contact Morgan at dawn. Billy opened the door leading to the stairs slowly, flashing the light, while Sasuke just kept silent as he knew what is waiting for Rick and was somewhat anxious. Anxious that things may play out differently and they lose Rick, which will only bring about regret and guilt to him for not following the man. Next is the cafeteria. You think we will find food down there? Either that or we will be the ones being served. Sasuke shrugged, taking the lead down, one hand holding his blade while the other is finally being armed with his silver buller, now having the much-needed ammo for it. That is optimism in my book. Guess we gonna find out. Oh shit. 2, 5, 9. 16 Walker turned simultaneously toward them the moment Sasuke opened the door to the hall that is the dining area for the staff working in the hospital. Billy's nerves get worked due to the darkness, yet Sasuke simply aimed his gun and started firing. He achieved headshots like he was playing a game. Each bullet resulted in a walker down and soon he fired all 9 in his chamber. Billy took turn holding his silenced Glock and 2 started firing as Sasuke cast the light at them while reloading. Billy took the remaining 7 down with 9 shots as 2 hit the neck area due to a sudden move from the walkers. Well done. Like usual, let's keep our attention up. Something is not right here, Sasuke said as both of them walked to a side looking around. The place was as expected, stinky, bloodied, and a mess all over. Sasuke noticed the area closed at the side, the supposed kitchen and storage section that are behind the locked double iron doors. Holding his fist, Sasuke pointed at the side and Billy occupied a door with Sasuke leaning on the other, looking at each other before peering from the small glass. Think someone is in there? Billy whispered. Let's find out. Sasuke tapped the metal door with the hilt of his sword. Once, twice, thrice. There was a shift but nothing else. We are entering. Billy nodded, keeping light on the place while Sasuke worked on the lock, and soon the double door opened. A heavy foul smell assaulted them even through the masks they were wearing. Moving forward, Sasuke kept looking at everything around, ready to react. Soon they were in the kitchen and both saw the source of the noise. A naked walker in all but a boxer was tied to a rope. Possibly a suicide. The thing is ... he is turned even when he should be dead by suffocation, and Sasuke knows why. It was the same with Rick's friend who woke as a walker after being shot. An intact brain always results in a walker after death. And so they found the source of the heavy stench. Multiple bags around were filled with ... bodily wastes. Another one who chose to end it. Was he bitten? The walker was rotten all over. You can't even know the front from the back if not for his mouth facing their way. Doesn't matter. Sasuke threw a senbon, ending his struggle. There is too much food wastes around that can be only consumed during more than a week's period. Maybe he tried to escape and got injured before retreating to end it, or maybe he did it from despair of holing up here in the dark alone for too long. And like others we discovered, turned after death. Let's go to the storage area. With that they left the kitchen, walked down the corridor and soon arrived at another metallic door. Tap tap tap. They waited and after few breaths Sasuke pushed the door open, stepping back with Billy flashing their lights. Guess luck favored us tonight. Maybe because the hospital expected a lot of people, maybe because the only survivor here gave up his life after a short period. In any case, the big room inside was stacked. Drop boxes were piled all around. Some of them were wet and had a bad smell. Others were good. A further stash in the corner revealed more than 10 bags of flour. Gallons of water and canned food were in another corner. Canned soups, fruits and meat enough to last their group for a long time. They both ignored the refrigerator in the side. "This will take time to move," Sasuke stated, not liking the idea one bit. Moving those alone would take many trips due to the lack of manpower, not including the risks. "Now I see this, I have something to ask you, boy. Look, don't get it wrong. I just want to have it out of my mind." Billy spoke as they started searching around to make sure no place was unchecked as they did every supply run. "Don't worry and shoot, I will clear it for you if I know something," Sasuke said as they both sat on carton boxes holding sugar packs inside. "Like I said, boy, I hope you don't feel bad. It's just that my head can't stop thinking about it." Billy patted his back, making sure Sasuke understood his point. "Come on, old man, now you are scaring me. Just say it." "Don't worry, I have a big heart. I saw things in the building we are in when we were helping to clean the mess in there. I didn't think about it too much at first, but this morning when we were running to get fuel around I get close to them all." He knows how Sasuke didn't mind though. He figured it would be much better if someone he trusts knows their advantage so they can plan better and act more effectively. Items, like ... every fucking useful thing in both places were missing. "I know you are damn strong and all corpses there were dead by your style." "Like I said, Sasuke, I'm not accusing, I'm not interrogating you or anything. I'm just sharing my thoughts like we've always done. I see you take things from that backpack every time we need a specific item, like you saw the Pharaoh and knew we were gonna need it. Even a freaking lock. No one travels with a big, heavy useless lock." "Well, I honestly wasn't sure about whether to tell you or not. Guess I'll just say it." Billy waited. He was just curious and didn't want those stupid doubts to stay rolling in his head. "You know about runes? Power of words and all that yada yada." "No horseshit, ya think I would be asking if I knew?" Billy laughed, lighting a cigarette. "Well, now you do, believe it or not. Long story short, I got fucking secret superpower, technology, curse, name it, whatever you want, that enable me to store non-living things into a pocket dimension." Sasuke spoke and saw Billy checking the cigarette as if afraid he used the wrong thing. "Or, you can think of it as a personal hole where instead of having my dick disappear into, I got to put other things there safely and retrieve them whenever I want." Time stops there. Before Billy reacted to the words he just heard, he saw Sasuke suddenly make weird gestures before pressing his palm under the box he was sitting on. Billy felt the sudden lack of physical support under him as he fell to his ass, his cigarette falling beside him with an astonished look on his face, mouth agape as he turned, looking around trying to find the box that was under him just a second ago. "Didn't tell you cause I know how freakish would that look." "Happy now?" Sasuke spoke with tired tone, not knowing how is the man gonna react to this. It was honestly a gamble that can turn really bad in moments. Yet once again, Billy surprised him by that freakish ability to adapt to anything that was thrown at him. "Ya serious? You think I would fear ya motherfucker for having a shit this awesome? And to think we were busting our asses all along when you could just ... fucking hide 'em in a dark corner of this fucked up world." Billy stood dusting his pants, looking at Sasuke like he was seeing an open gold vault. "No shit, I would better have even a fucking ghost as a friend if that meant I wouldn't be worrying about our shit getting stolen when we ain't looking, food getting spoiled, and how much can possibly two tired fuckers carry and run?" He held his forehead, looking around with a wide grin, still in disbelief. He even thought he may had switched a normal cigarette with cracks and he is losing it now. "Well, we are good then, but seriously man ... I don't want this getting out." Sasuke stood and looked at him with a serious expression, one of the few Billy came to see those days from him. "Look at me, Sasuke, I'm not a stupid asshole. I would lay my fucking neck for ya. Nah, fuck that. I will just bust my head myself if I turn to be that stupid. Now can you please do that fucking magic? My back is hurting like a bitch now." Billy put his hands on the boy's shoulders, looking like a homeless man leaning on to look at a golden mansion he found hidden behind the public toilet. By dusk the two had already usurped everything like a black hole, with Billy watching mesmerized every time he saw Sasuke vanishing items in thin air just with few hand signs. The duo were soon on Billy's beloved van after Sasuke stored every other vehicle around, and they hit the road back to the complex. Yet both of their eyes widened in alert seeing the moving black tide half a mile down coming toward the town from the road to the highway leading to Virginia. Is that a horde? Fuck, this looks bad. There seemed to be a lot of them. Billy, who was driving, gulped seeing a marching horde that big for the first time. Taking his CP, Sasuke contacted the channel to reach Katniss and Morgan. ZZZ, this is Sasuke talking. You there? Over ZZZ. A few moments and he received a reply from Katniss, who stood with the others back in the building. ZZZ, Katniss here. Have you finished the scouting? ZZZ. ZZZ, go pack then head down with Siri and your bags and wait in the entrance, will be there in 5 minutes. Tell the Jones family to do the same. Over ZZZ. That sent a panic into everyone in the room as Sasuke's tone seemed serious, saying that he was clearly not asking them. ZZZ, Morgan here. What's going on? ZZZ. He spoke then run to help his wife and son getting everything ready while Katniss did the same with Siri. Fortunately everyone is using the first floor now. ZZZ will talk. Once everyone is there, Katniss will take one Humvee while Morgan takes the other. Don't open the entrance until we are there. About 3 minutes. Hurry and make sure everyone is there. Over. ZZZ. Few minutes later the van came to a screech in front of the entrance as Morgan opened it and tossed backpacks belonging to Billy at first sign before he asked him what is going on. A herd is half an hour away marching this way. I will drive, Sasuke said, taking a bag from Katniss and holding the confused Siri up, striding to one of the Humvees and putting her in the back seat. No need to be afraid, okay princess? We are just gonna change place to look for a better one. She nodded, already having discussed those protocols with her sister and Sasuke the previous night. Everyone here? He asked Katniss and the others, who nodded, their heads, panic visible on their eyes. Calm down, we would be long gone before they are here. I just didn't want to take chances by staying in here. You made sure you have everything with you? Yeah, we checked yesterday and this morning, Jenny said before she got into the other Humvee with Juan. Alright, let's keep to the channel, we'll discuss road ahead. The van keeps between us. Morgan, are you okay with taking the rear? Sure, let's move. Sasuke turned to Billy and asked him in hushed voice if it was better to have another armored Humvee retrieved for him instead of the van, but Billy refused, saying it wasn't that big of deal. Let's go. After making another check, Sasuke boarded the armored vehicle, started it, and they soon drove out of the county heading for the highway. While Sasuke and his group were on the road, Rick Grimes, who escaped a living nightmare thanks to Glenn, had just came back with his group and was surprised to find his son Carl and wife Lori there, alive and safe thanks to his friend's help. Shane, his good brother from their high school days. The camp was near a stone mountain backed by a forest and holding about 20 survivors, some with families like his and others alone. The group soon sat around a controlled fire pit for dinner while exchanging light talks, with Rick recounting what happened to him. I'm not sure what would have happened to me if not for Morgan and Butcher, that feeling. Being disoriented. It wasn't the best feeling at all, he said, hugging his son and wife, who cast a hidden glare at Shane. Why didn't they come with you? Those two men. I asked them to, but they had people waiting for them back in a nearby complex, and we agreed to meet in Atlanta when they join me later. His fist tightened at the thought of being unable to warn them about the situation in the city. That is gonna be dangerous for them. The city has fallen. Dale, a kind old man who takes care of everyone around him and especially two blonde girls nearby like his own kids, spoke with grim realization. I know, but I lost my bag, and the walkie-talkie with it. It's still somewhere there in the street where I dropped it. He closed his eyes, feeling burdened. In one side he just got back to his family and didn't want to separate from them again. And on the other, guilt ate him at the thought of not being able to tell Morgan and Butcher about the city. There are many? That group? Glenn asked curiously. It was the first in a long time to hear about other survivors. Yeah, Morgan's wife and son, and another 2 girls. They were all saved by a boy, your age, Rick said, looking at Amy, still unable to believe what he heard about all the kind of things the boy did. Me? How? Amy pointed at herself, curious to hear more, while Shane shook his head, not interested, imagining a kid hitting a walker from behind and saving the day. Morgan's words: I was breaths away from witnessing my wife about to be eaten while we ran from walkers chasing us. Suddenly he was there, shooting knives that shattered their skulls. He fought with a sword like an ancient samurai, cutting them with ease. I hadn't met him, but both men talked great things about him. They believed he was the light that may show them the way. Hallucination happens after living too long in this hell. Anyway, what are we going to do about Merle? A nearby African-American man called T-Dog spoke, holding his side in pain. He didn't even entertain those words and was only thinking about the man he abandoned him cuffed on the roof this morning due to his clumsy action of dropping the key. And what are we gonna tell Daryl when he comes back from his hunt? Dale asked, concerned with the matter, and soon the others changed focus on it too, with few having it stuck to their minds in curious wonder. Good spot to spend the night, don't you agree? Billy said as the group sat on a circle in an open area in the wild outside the city. Sasuke had already scouted around, cleared it and put his defensive traps all around, making sure nothing could sneak in without being informed. Both humans and walkers were much easier to guard against than a shinobi who can just near teleport around with body flicker. Soon the group sat around the fire. They had the few rabbits that Sasuke and Katniss hunted cooked with other side meals and were sitting sharing their stories while eating. Sasuke glanced sideways without moving before standing up to leave. Sasuke, nature calls, I will be back shortly. He patted her head and walked away, disappearing behind the trees. Sasuke was the only one who could separate alone from the group. It was a kind of unsaid rule that all of them take at least one armed man to watch their backs. Jenny with her husband, and the two sisters with Sasuke or Billy. But everyone here knows just what kind of guy Sasuke is. It wasn't about privilege or anything, he was just that strong and ready that nothing seemed to really surprise him. Thus the group kept doing their talks, sharing embarrassing stories and getting to know each other better. Meanwhile Sasuke evaded triggering his alert system and kept walking to a specific route. He sensed someone lurking nearby. Whoever he was didn't notice the shift of a branch above him. That in itself had resulted in the tag of one of the steel wires under Sasuke's feet while he was eating. Nearby a man was crouching low behind a bush, trying to get a closer look at the area forward where there is some light seeping from between the trees ahead. The man was holding a crossbow down, arrow ready to fire. Suddenly he tensed, yet before he could react a cold sharp edge touched his neck, followed by a voice coming behind him, making it too late to react. Liking the view from here? Fuck. Daryl grimaced in anger at being sneaked upon without him noticing. He held up an open palm, showing his intentions while already thinking how to fight back. His day was turning to shit by the minute. Name? Sasuke asked, keeping his blade on the man's neck. He has already figured out his identity from the clothing and familiar face, the short haircut and all. But he played along. Henry. Sure, and I'm Wayne Johnson. Whatever. Henry, care to tell me what you are doing here right now? Does it matter? It changed things, yeah. And I would advise against turning violently and smashing me with that crossbow. Daryl stiffened. That was exactly what he was thinking about doing now. I don't read minds. Anyway, what is a survivor doing here alone in the middle of nowhere? Can ask you the same. Fair enough. Hungry? Why, gonna invite me to your little picnic? Daryl spoke sarcastically at the stupid question. A rude fellow. You have to be careful with your tone while talking to strangers. People got one hell of a short temper those days. Well, I did my duty toward guests with that. Sasuke withdrew his blade, letting the man stand up to face him. You can keep going on your safe travel. Just don't wander near us again, because I won't be having a conversation next time. You sane? Haha. Do I look otherwise? Sasuke looked at him, finding his stunned expression funny. I don't know, but I'm sure I wouldn't be letting a random guy sneak in near my place off that easy, or inviting him for a fucking happy meal. Understandable. Though you won't be asking that once you realize I can kill you right here 10 times over in 2 seconds. Anyway, Henry, nice getting to know you. My offer still stands though. Sasuke waved, walking ahead and carrying First, he is able to kill the guy way before receiving the stab in the back. Second, it's fucking Daryl. That guy isn't such a man who backstabs others for no reason. Apostrophe fucking great. Have I met another lunatic? Apostrophe. He tried hard to just ignore it all and walk away, but Daryl was curious about the guy and what lies ahead in the area where light was seeping from. You are boy, what the hell did it take you? The fuck is that? Billy, meet Henry. Henry, this is Billy, one of my friends. Don't worry, he's alone and I'm locking into him. May give us reliable intelligence and he isn't that of danger to us, Sasuke whispered in one breath before looking back at the wary Daryl, who was squeezing his crossbow, finger lingering beside the trigger. I don't mind you keeping that crossbow, but know this, you as much as raise it chest level aiming it to anyone and I will have you screwed. Sasuke, knowing mere verbal threats won't impress, turned and launched 10 kunais within a blink at Daryl, whose instinct took over to raise his crossbow, but he stopped. Tensed and even terrified from what he saw from the corner of his vision. He confirmed by looking around him, and his hands shook a little, not moving an inch. Gleaming sharp objects, inch above his head, right beside his shoulders, both sides of his neck, straight under his groin, both sides of his waist and knees. 10 knives were pierced into the tree to his back, missing him precisely by a breath, and he knows it was calculated and not a mere mistake or lucky throw. Sorry for that, but I needed my threat to be taken seriously. Come on, we got meat and drinks. Sasuke walked over, pulling his kunais, well, bar the one near the man's groin area, as that would be awkward, then patted him on the shoulder to walk with them. Billy too just kept his hand on his holster. As Sasuke said, with that kind of vigilance and excellence with weapons, messing with them would be a death wish. Soon Sasuke and Billy returned with Daryl trailing behind them, and Sasuke introduced him to the group. Obviously they all looked at the haggard man with a weapon warily, but with Sasuke here they didn't overreact and just let him sit beside Sasuke as Jenny offered him a plate with meat and some beans on it while Morgan filled him a drink. Daryl took the plate somewhat awkwardly from the kind-looking woman and cast a look around. They were a small group, smaller than the one back in the camp, but more sharp. The men here were all armed with heavy firepower and geared up in protective outfits. The black man who gave him a drink had a rifle on his back and was holding a hunting knife in hand, another revolver beside him. The bearded man has 2 Glocks and a tomahawk strapped to his hip. The girl nearby the knives man had a hunting bow with a quiver holding at least 15 arrows. He only has less than 6 on him. And lastly, the man who sneaked on him like a ghost and came close to killing him many times over, just like he said. The only visible weapon on him were what looked to be a sword strapped to his hip and those knives. But Daryl felt it. He was a dangerous fighter who had that awareness, the same he acquired only from surviving years in the wild. He observed him earlier while walking. This man with soft features didn't produce the least sound even in this place that is filled with twigs and dry leaves on the ground. That alone spoke volumes to what kind of guy he is. And this beautiful lady here is Siri. Sasuke finished introducing others and himself, his true name, to the man who ate slowly and silently with eyes up and ready for anything. Siri smiled, waving her small hand at the man. She didn't seem to fear him or anything, unlike the kids back in the camp, and even some adults. Daryl Dixon. Daryl said, he felt weird to being called with another name after all, and corrected it. You were wandering alone, son? In the wild? Morgan asked. The guy looked rough, and his disheveled and dusted appearance spoke of the harshness he experienced out there. Yeah, was around hunting. Meat isn't easy to come by those last weeks. Daryl spoke a little comfortable now, enjoying the meat on his plate. They got 2 innocent-looking kids. People like them ain't bad and ruthless. At least he wanted to believe so. I agree. This is our first 2 since long, Billy said, watching Sasuke help Siri cut her part. You are traveling? Daryl asked. His eyes caught the scene of a van and an armored military car parked nearby. That just made it clear how better geared this group is. Yeah, left a town we were staying at. Sasuke didn't want to risk entering through the city, so we found this place to spend the night. That was the right call. Atlanta has fallen. It's all walkers in there. Really? Morgan asked in concern. Rick. Does that mean the man searching for his family walked straight to his death? Nothing to do about it, Morgan. Rick is a cop. I trust a man like him has what it takes to survive. We can go search for him once we find a stable and safe place. And it's not dawn yet, Sasuke said, already knowing what was Morgan worried about. He can't just say for sure that Rick will survive with no evidence backing his claim, or scratching it as a gut feeling. Thus he can only stretch the matter. Well, you guys should rest. I will take the first half. Billy then Morgan, Sasuke said, telling them about the watch duty. He turned to Daryl then asked if he have a tent to use and sleep on. I can sleep in one of the trees. No need for all that trouble, we have spares, Billy said, and goes to retrieve one for Daryl. Others already had theirs perched close to each other. I know you won't feel comfortable soon to sleep, so I guess we will be keeping each other's company until sleep comes knocking. Daryl didn't reply to Sasuke. He watched as the man who was few years younger kissed the blonde little girl on the crown of her hair and bid the sisters and others good night. The older one cast a look at Daryl, probably worried, before smiling at Sasuke and retreating to their tent. Soon all left sitting around the campfire were Billy, Sasuke and Daryl. So Sasuke, I've been waiting to ask. Go on. Ask. I just hope it isn't about why the hell animals don't turn when bitten. I hadn't thought about that honestly, but it's about this. Billy pointed at the crest on the shoulder of the shirt Sasuke is wearing. I saw that in almost every outfit you had since we met. Does the red circle have any specific meaning? It's our clan's crest, Sasuke said, explaining that it is the shape of a fan. Clan? Daryl asked, slightly confused. What the hell brought a clan to the discussion? Yeah, like a big family getting way back to a shared ancestor, so close families living in one land for generations, that's a clan. Where? Japan. That's far, yeah. Why a fan? Billy asked. For someone who can make things disappear? He was curious to know more about his origins. You won't like me going on and on about our beliefs and teaching. Shortly. It signifies the action of the fan that fanned the air, strengthening the fire in turn, a philosophic aspect. So that is the place where you get your training, yeah? Yay, ninja was a serious profession in our clan. Ninja? That ninja? Daryl looked at him but couldn't really find the word he wanted to say. He would usually scoff at that, but not now, not at someone who did that impressive knives throw in one breath. Actually, we called ourselves shinobi. That's the official name, but I didn't want to confuse you. And you did what? Trained for the apocalypse? Guess Japan is safe having a whole generation of people like you. Daryl snickered, thinking about a bunch of similar looking people screwing walkers all around, but something changed when he said that. The man smiled, but it wasn't a happy or casual one. It felt wrong as fuck. Guess we will never know. I'm the last Uchiha alive, Sasuke said, tossing a branch to the fire. It brightened his eyes briefly, enough for Billy to glimpse at the pain they hold. Billy knew it wasn't right to ask about the pains of people, but he came to see Sasuke as the little brother he never had. He wanted to know him better, to help him if possible. The walkers? He asked, but he can't imagine similar men in great numbers just disappearing suddenly, or even being defeated by walkers, which Sasuke harvested around all the time. Way before this shit happened. I think I was 6 years old back then. Sasuke spoke, trying to remember. Yeah, it was about that time when everyone in the clan got massacred. Shit happened so fast, so suddenly. Daryl felt a knot in his throat. He considered himself to be a man who had gone through some real shit. Shitty abusive parents, a brother who didn't seem to care, tough childhood filled with suffering and survival. But losing every damn person at the age of 6? He can't imagine how that must have felt. Haha, you looked so serious, guys. I just felt it was a good story, to pass the night. Maybe it was heavier than necessary. Boy, are you saying that you lost everyone when you were 6? He couldn't believe it. No, he just didn't want to. The boy who joked around, seems silent most of the time, shouldering things like he is the adult here that is trying to protect them from the harm, had lived that kind of tragedy when he was so young. Yeah. Nearly 200 people who lived in the clan lands. My parents, neighborhoods, old people who used to walk around every morning greeting us with smiles, Kids who used to run along with their biggest dream to grow and become a shinobi. Everyone bearing the name Yukaika. They were killed in one night. Let's just leave it at this. I think I could use some other kind of shitty story, better than talking about such a messed up past. He sighed, rubbing a hand through his hair. Every time that memory resurfaced, it messed with his head badly. It doesn't matter anymore. I had already killed the man who did it. It's over now. Billy's hands tightened so hard his nails nearly drew blood on his palm. Sasuke recounted everything in that usual bland tone, but there was pain, overwhelming pain in the way he spoke. He never knew the boy had a past like this, and he didn't know what to do. He wanted to ask how that happened, how he survived, why they were killed. Who exactly did that? But he couldn't bring himself to do that. And Daryl just picked a drink by his side and took big gulps, trying to ease his throbbing heart. This run and meeting with those people just exposed him to a whole different view of the world. He didn't want to believe any of this, but he knows a hurt man when he sees the expression on the guy's face, that emptiness in his eyes when he was talking. Way to fucking camp. I think I brought the emo buried in me. Sasuke chuckled, seeing the looks on their faces, especially Billy. Every time he talked about his past, related memories surface again like he was reliving them. Sasuke's that became his now. And not only that, Yuri's incident too. The man and brother who was killed in a sick game. He just tried to change the subject as fast as possible. He wasn't good with emotional things, and obviously the other two shared that with him. Soon they started talking about other things. Daryl even shared few stories about his brother, how they beat the crap out of a drug dealer at one point, his first hunt in the wild, and how he lost his way once in the forest, wandering for days and having to wipe his ass with a poisoned oak, which made Billy laugh his ass off at that, stating the one time his friend in the army got stung near the balls by a snake while taking a dump in the woods. An hour later Sasuke glanced at the two men sneezing beside him, leaning on a tree. He wasn't going to carry a grown man in a fucking princess style to their tents, so he just dropped warm covers on them, swept bug repellent around and left to scout the area. Sasuke kept going through their inventory mentally as he strolled around. Their current armory would suffice. The group is being armed with few firearms, having backups too in the Humvees, and the rest were kept in his storage seal. Their last run resulted in a great haul. 8 Humvees, 1 attack chopper, weapons and ammo found inside the soldier tents and in the cars, enough fuel, 14 rifles, 10 shotguns, 7 revolvers, 24 pistols, RPG, 2 grenade launchers, and a machine gun with 2 of its belt magazines full, 2,700 ammo of different calibers, military knives, 8 grenades, axes, and other blunt weapons, some clean riot gear and shields. And food is no more an issue for now. Daryl was here, so the camp should be few miles away at best. He still wasn't totally sure about going there. His group was doing just fine and he didn't want more eyes on him, untrustful eyes. Though he knows, he will need more humans to help in the upcoming events beside the tragedies the group met in the show. It was depressing how tragedies struck them one after another, breaking every little thing they built again and again. He feared that plot forcing itself on him, but also wanted to help change that, especially for one old man wearing a fishing hat who he always liked in the TV show. That old man was just the kind of grandfather he had always dreamt of having when he was a little kid. He remembered Yuri nearly dropping the show in that episode he was killed, the little girl dying at the barn, and a few other things. It had been many years since he watched the show with Yuri. After all, that guy was a big fan of it. And while he remembers some key figures, the plot details are lost to him, other than the protagonist trick, the drama between his friend and wife, the farm where Shane died, and the wifey death in a prison. Everything else seems blurry. Still, it was enough to keep a note of some things. Just enough to remember that there was a maniac with a club at some point who caused the group a tragedy, killing that funny and brave Asian guy, the club maniac that fans came to like. obviously cause they weren't on the receiving end of his cruelty. He joined the army before seeing what happened with that guy, but Sasuke made a note to eliminate him on sight. He won't leave a wild card messing around. And the tank Rick used to hide in when he got stuck chased by a horde in Atlanta. I need to retrieve it and any other military-grade weaponry. Yet the issue stood the same. He can't leave Siri and others. Anything can go wrong, and he didn't want to regret it because of his greed. Thus Sasuke just planned to head there with them. When he unlocked the necessary amount of chakra, as simple as that, as long as he keeps Siri, Katniss, Billy and his people nearby, he can protect them, and everyone else. That was his goal in this world, to make a change, to do something for the good people who are just trying to survive in this shithole, and to be remembered for the good deeds he did by those he comes to cherish. Sasuke, it's cute, can I keep it? Please. I didn't know how to answer that. I looked at Daryl for help, but bastard just turned his head away as if telling me not to include him in this mess. How the fuck did a run for hunt turn into this? Siri, do you know what that is? I asked her, looking at the big feline which wasn't far off, laying in a bright spot, its open eyes looking straight at us. A kitty. It's big though. Then she smiled like I was dumb for even asking her. Seriously. Is she doing this just to mess with me? Her little mischievous smirk looks off. And did that fucker sneer just now? I looked up again and his dusty face had that ugly smirk. No Siri, it is a cat, right? But that is a wild cat. Its type isn't suitable for keeping as pet. It's savage and can hurt you. Thankfully she was obedient and didn't argue much. Alright, but can I keep one if we find it? One that has the same fluff and isn't dangerous. Sure, why not? With that, we finally kept on going to what we were doing originally. Daryl told the group this morning about the camp he belongs to. We figured that I can go with him and see how things are there. Katniss, Morgan and Billy are to stay at the temporary camp to protect it. I already shared the alert mechanism with them in case something happened. What I hadn't expected was Siri to become stubborn, begging to come with us. Katniss didn't like it, but no one can truly escape the puppy eyes she made, and thus, here we are. I could have dropped it from here, man. Now it's gone. I spoke to him concerning the deer we were trailing. It had already received 3 of his arrows and still had energy to run away. It was hidden behind a tree. You think you would do better than me? I took 2 shurikens, showing them to him. He opened his mouth to speak, but I had already flicked them ahead. The 2 flew side by side when one of the shurikens suddenly changed its spinning rhythm and collided with the other. The supposed impossible angle became absolute as I saw him watching with amazement how one of the shurikens changed trajectory sharply into 98 degrees, hitting another bark. That throw just now would have hit the deer's neck instead of the backside that his arrow targeted before. Know what, man? Let's just move and get it. We are close. Guess it's a meat, for he didn't finish as we heard a distant scream from the way the deer ran. Siri thankfully became familiar with the process and she just ran to my back as I carried her in piggyback and followed after Daryl without saying more words. The place here was thick with many bushes and trees. A few moments later Daryl emerged from a bush, and me behind him, just to be met with a bunch of people glancing our way. One of them aiming his gun at us. It's okay, don't worry, I whispered to Siri, who tightened her hold on me more. Seeing that, the guy lowered it as he saw Daryl and muttered a low curse. That's my deer, Daryl shouted angrily, looking at the headless walker who had already taken a big chunk of meat from the deer's dead body, and went on kicking the shit out of it, cursing at it with some impressive words. Daryl, who are they? The gunman, who I suppose is the friend of Rick, said, earing me like I'd slapped him while he was sleeping. Hey Sasuke, yeah, I think we can cut this part here and cook it. Ignoring him, Daryl turned to me, pointing at the missing chunk the walker had eaten and asking that shitty question I hadn't really expected from him. Sure. May as well start with that head as deserting. I pointed to the severed head of the walker that started biting the air. Sorry sir, but Daryl asked a stupid question. The man looked at me, unamused. We tracked this deer for miles. It would have been better if you took that shot earlier, man, he said, going on to pull the arrows from its corpse and shoot the living severed head. Common people aim for the brain. Do ya knew nothing? Daryl, You missed the point. Who is this? Shane asked, stopping him while still giving me that glare. I just stood there looking at them. Feels weird being stared at by a bunch of people you used to watch on TV. The real thing no less. Rick looked guarded but he showed no hostility, like many others here. Probably due to Siri hugging my neck and looking at them with the same level of curiosity. That's Sasuke. Met him in the woods with his group. Better lower your gun before you regret it. Wait, Sasuke ... Yeah. That's the name of the boy who saved Morgan. Rick pointed at me as if he just recalled something. You know Morgan? Oh, Rick Grimes? Yeah, that's me. Morgan, Butcher. Where are they? Somewhere safe. Daryl told us about what has become of Atlanta but we didn't go through it from the beginning. Morgan and Billy were worried about you man when they heard that last night. Good to see you safe. This is the samurai guy? I turned to the one who said that, a bearded guy with a blue jacket. I don't know what the fuck he means by that but I'm not liking the way he said it. Yuukai Sasuke, this is Siri. I made a short introduction to our names. Merle, get yas out of there. I got us few squirrels. Let's stew him up. I walked beside Rick while answering a few of his questions regarding what happened after he left the county. While Daryl was calling for his brother ... Wait, brother? Wasn't that man who cut his ... Oh shit. Sasuke, look, they have a walking home car. Siri pointed at the RV ahead not knowing its name. You like it? Yes, my grandpa took us on a vacation with one like it once. It was super cool to sleep on it. She smiled, telling me about it while an old man beside us who was familiar to me patted her head, telling her he would show it to her later. It was then the gun guy stopped Daryl ahead talking to him. 3 deep off, the camp's attention was suddenly shifted toward Daryl and the newcomers. Some women were grouped beside the RV while someone was up keeping watch. A young man with a dark baseball hat shading a part of his eyes, dressed in all black with a black stick strapped to his hip, was holding the hand of a cute little girl with long blonde hair standing next to old man Dale who was watching Shane trying to explain the matter of Merle to Daryl. Siri, can you stay with this grandpa here? Sasuke said, and she nodded her head. What is on your mind, boy? Dale, slightly surprised, took her hand and asked him. This doesn't look to be going well. Rick had already introduced himself and simply stated to Daryl how he had locked his brother on a rooftop since yesterday, and the man is supposedly still locked in there. A very anxious Daryl suddenly turned angry and tossed a bunch of dead squirrels at Rick's face for distraction, ready to throw a serious punch when Shane moved, shoving Daryl harshly from the side into the ground. And that's when Sasuke decided to move. 2 men going against an angry man who is worried about his brother. That somehow didn't settle well with him. Daryl got up and unsheathed his knife from his hip. I take it back, he needed that shove all right. Daryl was ready to slash at Rick when Sasuke was suddenly in the middle grabbing his wrist and Shane's at the same time, who was rushing in before kicking him away like a ragdoll into a red Camaro behind him. How much more do I need to keep holding back? It wasn't even a serious kick. He didn't expect the man to fly like that. Okay, maybe he didn't hold back much because he is still pissed at having a gun pointed at his head. Glenn watched nearby like everyone else, stunned, seeing a guy no older than him kicking Shane, who was by far the most muscular in their group, like trash into the Camaro with a single fucking kick. What the fuck? Daryl, let's talk it out, man. No need for the knife. Those sons of bitches let my brother in a fucking roof, all alone. I know. Sasuke paused, letting the asshole try tackling him. Keyword ... dry, because Sasuke just stood there like an unmoving wall as Shane was awkwardly crouched by his side. His wrists that were about to close on Sasuke's waist were grabbed by a pair of hands that kept on squeezing by the second. I don't know you people, but try this again and I will break your hands. He was speaking to both Shane and Rick, who was pointing his gun at Sasuke and watching bewildered as the young man had Shane kneeling down helplessly while holding onto his wrists. And Shane soon couldn't bear the pain, letting out a low cry as Sasuke just kept closing at his wrists painfully. The grip felt like a fucking iron compressor. He knew any more and the bones of his wrists would break. Rick, even if it's you, man, I won't hesitate. So can you lower your gun? I don't like being pointed at with a gun. Seeing that everyone around got the point, he let go of the seething Shane, who was pulled away by Rick and Lori, then turned to Daryl. Let's talk it out, Daryl, alright? Where was he chained? Is he alive? Yeah, it's not Rick's fault. I had the key and I dropped it. T-Dog, who was standing close, spoke to Daryl. You couldn't pick it up? I dropped it in a drain. That made Daryl kick a nearby can in frustration. Is he alive? Sasuke asked, wanting them to say the fucking important point. I chained the door to the roof so no geeks can get in, with a padlock. So he may still be the... Let's think about how to get him out of there first. You ain't coming, Sasuke. The little girl and others need you. It's my business. This gotta count for something, Rick said, trying to calm him down, while Daryl just glared at him and T-Dog. To hell with you all. Just tell me where he is so I can go get him. Turning around from the middle of the mess, Sasuke walked back to Siri, who was unsure and scared beside Dale. She hugged him as soon as he came close. It was her first time seeing him fight people, and she was afraid they would hurt them. Sorry, I didn't want our first meeting to turn this way, but ... I guess I shouldn't have done that too. Sasuke spoke to Dale, who was trying to comfort Siri too. What a mess. I don't know how the heck those people survived 2 months doing this. There was a single alert rope of tan cans tied to one ... just a damn one exit. One out of the possible many ways in and out of the woods surrounding this place. And even that wasn't in the right place. Too close that it won't matter if you know a walker is nearby. It would already be enjoying someone gut deep in it. No other alert defenses, no barricades, no strategy discussed. Kids are allowed to wander wherever they want, adults and untrained women the same. Chaos. I can't describe it much better. Even Siri had learned to be more cautious than them. She was playing nearby with a new girl she met named Sophia, her mother Carol sitting with them. A kind pair of mother and daughter, their father not so much. I think I may have his face dented in if he spits while looking at me one more time. The only thing stopping me is that I don't want his daughter to hate me and stop playing with Siri if I did that. It's been around 10 minutes since the damn fight with Shane, and now I'm being treated like some kind of infamous freak. I mean, Monday. I'd only kicked the guy. Heck, he isn't even that likable either if I'd gotten something from my discussion with Dale. So why the fuck is everyone around stealing glances like I might take one of their shabby cars next moment and run away? Thankfully it didn't take long for a familiar van to pull close, followed by 2 more Humvees following behind it. That took the attention from me toward the new group that arrived. Rick, being Rick, had shared the location of the camp, inviting us after he talked to Morgan and Billy, who had been worried after not hearing anything from him by dawn as discussed. People here didn't mind having more people around after I stated that we have our supplies and won't disturb anyone. I watched Siri run to her sister and hug her. Morgan and Billy hugged Rick, exchanging relieved smiles at seeing him and his family safe, while Juan waved at me from afar with Jenny. Got to say, boy, didn't expect you to start a fight as soon as you made your entrance here. Billy strode in like he owned the fucking place, coming to sit beside me. You heard? Not in details, but Rick hinted at it. So ... who is the unlucky one? Bet it's him. Sharp as ever. With a glance around, he set his eyes at Shane, who was glaring at us, standing beside Rick and looking anxious about something. And what is with him? Billy asked me, pointing at Daryl, who was pacing restlessly around another van nearby. Long story, his brother caused some trouble to the group that saved Rick yesterday while they were scavenging in the city, and Rick had chained his hand up in the roof to a piece of metal. Shit happened and they had to run from walkers. The guy who had the keys to his cuffs dropped them in his fright, but at least had the heart to lock the door to keep walkers out before following others. Daryl is on his way to retrieve him with some guys. I was thinking about joining. No, you won't. I will go talk to him. Don't think that I don't know you haven't slept since yesterday. I will go talk to him. You have some rest. He patted me and walked away, calling to Daryl. Hey, you good? I looked up, seeing Katniss walking to me, a beautiful girl in clean and good gear, armed with a bow and walking like a confident warrior. She got the attention as soon as she got out of the Humvee. Guess she's fated to be a leading figure. Nothing unusual. I took the bottle of water from her, taking a sip. Those bastards didn't even offer me that. So how does it feel to be famous? I looked to just confirm what she did, and yeah, I felt weird seeing her hugging my arm suddenly, and more so by her question, what has gotten into her? This is Katniss. The only time she had ever acted this physically close to me was when I talked about my clan in that alley because of her guilt. This is the first time we are this close while having a casual talk. I don't hate it, but just what is going on with her suddenly? Famous? Yeah. I'm practically showering in their affectionate gazes. A woman nearby had nearly her eyes boring a fucking hole from the moment I sat here. Even Sasuke hadn't gotten that kind of serious gaze from a woman. Scratch that. Lucky ass has every female looking with heart-shaped pupils at him. Me. I'm confused here. Am I adopted or is truly him? Yeah, I guess I got a heat stroke. You aren't serious, are you? About what? Oh god. I thought your kind was only in shows. Can't you recognize how that blonde girl there is staring at you? She held her forehead, chuckling. What blonde hair? I looked up, like I'm having her panties stripped to my head. She laughed, genuinely. It was one of the few you can get from her. Really? I guess you aren't that perceptive in the end. You don't mean she is actually looking with some affection, right? I looked up again to confirm. Chick was squinting at me like she was trying to achieve X-ray. No blush, no smile, nothing indicates a loving gaze. She even turned her head away and slipped into the RV. See? Great. I'm missing something here. Katniss was looking at me with lips open in stunned silence. Whoa. Billy needs to know that. Wow, you ain't going nowhere. I caught her before she slipped. No way I'm having Billy know whatever the fuck she realized. 3 deep off. Amy took another glance from the window while she fumbled around with a random book, holding it upside down. This morning was really something. The new guy who came with Daryl. The supposed samurai. He turned out to be really as Rick was told, strong. Shane, who used to walk like the king around here, was being humbled with a mere wrist hold. After being literally kicked away. And while that was cool, it was something else that truly made him attractive. Something superficial. He was a handsome guy, a strong and a very handsome guy. She was practically nearly drooling after seeing him sitting on a nearby log, putting his sword aside and taking off his jacket. That shoulder-sleeved shirt he was wearing underneath had exposed just how much muscles were hidden behind the clothes. TCH, the first guy I liked, and he is already taken. She felt salty seeing him holding that new bow girl and covering her mouth, as they kept acting like a playful couple. Dale comes in and she suddenly finds the table interesting. Wasn't that nail a little out of place? She talked any nonsense she thought of just to see him shaking his head with a knowing smile. If the married woman nearby was already smitten by that pretty boy, he didn't really have anything to say. The kid seemed at least approachable and reliable. He got that from the little girl's talk. As long as he doesn't come close to her and play with her feelings. Make sure to keep yourself safe. Call to me if you have troubles, and I will be there as soon as possible. You would make a great daddy, but not to me, boy. Now go and have some sleep before I tell Katniss. I will try to have what you asked for marked and recorded. Taking his rifle, Billy got into the van with the other 4 and waved lazily at Morgan and others. Am I doing the right thing here? Sure. He wanted to protect those innocents here, but that didn't mean he would choose it if that resulted in Billy encountering his end due to him stupidly trusting the plot. He rubbed his face going back to Katniss and helped her put their tent beside his. She had already become acquainted with most women here in a short time and was planning to head to the lake with them and do some laundry. Ciri hasn't stopped asking him to go there too since she heard about it from Sophia, and thus he soon followed along, taking a few of his clothes to wash them. Wow, the little girl exclaimed seeing the view. Big lake with clear water surrounded by hills. A mesmerizing view of nature. It somehow reminded Hip of their Cones Lake. Beautiful place, Sasuke said to Shane. Yep, the same Shane who he came close to breaking his hands. He has already apologized and the man wasn't that petty, so after some talk with Rick helping they got things cleared between them. Hopefully there won't be any more hard feelings. It is. kept our water supply satisfied for a long time. Shane soon left with Rick's son following him, while Siri, who was sitting on his shoulders, watched the place with a big smile, waving at her new friend who wasn't far off. I still have around 5 empty water tanks alongside the other 9. Guess I will need to have some free time and refill them as usual. Looting things were the way to go. They would be leaving soon anyway and water was necessary. You know the rules. He put Siri down and said to her. Katniss and Jenny were with other women nearby doing their laundry. Yep, stay near you and Katniss, no stupid adventures and no eating random things, she recounted, hands on hips, puffing her cheeks, which showed that it isn't her first time repeating this line. Good. Off you go, he clapped, and she ran with Sophia to a nearby spot. Guess it is only us here, buddy. He turned to Juan. The kid was always polite and funny. He had been asking Sasuke to teach him how to use swords, picturing himself moving like Sasuke and cutting down walkers like vegetables. But Sasuke refused and instead gave him a stick and showed him the basics. He wasn't ready yet for sharp tools, but the basics are okay for him, and after Morgan helped him explaining it, Juan promised to take his practice seriously. Taking a nearby shadowed spot, he started practicing swings the way Sasuke showed him. Morgan was resting back in the camp with Old Man Dale and Jim after Sasuke promised to look after his family down here. Taking a close look around, Sasuke's eyes paused briefly, looking at the man sitting and smoking in the back of a car behind the women who were washing clothes. He then turned to another spot and put his basket there, took soap and started hand-washing the clothes that got sweaty and bloodied in the past few days. He got hundreds of other clean sets on his seal, but letting those in this dirty state didn't sit right with him. Katniss and others looked in his direction, saying something then laughing, which confused him. But what took his attention was the duo having a hushed, intense conversation someplace ahead. Sure, buddy. Of all the women around, it had to be your best friend's fucking wife. He shook his head just for a wet slap to attract him. That asshole just tossed a wet cloth at one of the women there and was trash-talking to Katniss. Yeah, I'm bashing it in. Sasuke stood up and called for Juan to keep an eye on the little girls, who nodded back at him seriously. The man was now talking some curses to a blonde woman that was with Katniss, probably afraid as he saw her reach for the bow. Let's make it painful and clear without visible trauma and blood, just for the sake of Sophia and the man's wife. He walked to him as the man kept cursing and fuming like a TNT that is about to explode. Katniss, who saw Sasuke walking their way, pulled Carol away with Amy silently. The man lost it seeing their action, and he swept a slap to his wife's face. A slap that was stopped by another hand that pulled him back, and with a shoulder throw Sasuke sent him reeling away. He was going to follow, but Shane was already over the dizzy man, throwing punch after punch. Blood marred Ed's face as Shane kept punching him, ignoring the scream of the wife as if trying to shake the memory of what had happened to him this morning onto Ed. You okay? Did he say a thing to you? Seeing his face, Sasuke turned to Katniss and asked her what happened. Apparently the man was used to abusing his wife and they were just chilling here when he came trying to create a problem. Carol ran to her husband, who was lying on the ground with a bloodied face, crying, while Shane stood over him after threatening him, then looked at Sasuke. Don't tell me this is kind of a message. He looked back, but the man just huffed and left with his shotgun. I swear, I'm starting to regret coming to this place. Assholes are everywhere. Go do your thing, don't worry, he will be fine after few days. I will take the girls back after finishing with my own, he told Katniss and the others before leaving. Nothing I can't solve if the man refuses to behave next time. Both of them. After another drama, Sasuke was back near the RV after leaving Siri with Katniss nearby cooking lunch. Morgan, a minute if you could. He sat beside Old Man Dale and Morgan, who was reading a book. Sure. Sasuke looked around the place for few silent breaths, then asked him, what do you think of this place? More resourceful than yesterday's, but even more dangerous. Closing the book, Morgan stated, his words having Dale's attention. Dangerous how? He wondered. No fallback plans like we used to discuss, no clear place for inventory and general supplies in case they had to leave at short moment, no scouts, no clear shifts. All in all, They aren't disciplined. Worse than even how I used to be before meeting you guys. Honestly, it's a miracle they are still holding their own. Look, he pointed at Rick's wife, who just turned around and left behind the trees with no firearm or even a sharp weapon. She didn't even have someone go with her. But Shane stood up and followed from another place. This shouldn't be happening anymore. Such action was dangerous before this apocalypse and even more so now, but no one seemed to be taking that into account. It is as if they are treating walkers like they are some kind of scarecrow. So you noticed too. That guy's family is doing better, but for a man who survived that mess in Atlanta. He is still being reckless. Sasuke chin pointed to Morales. His family was the only one around who always kept close to each other, didn't wander far from the clear space, and had some wariness in them. But that's it. Their tent was close to the edge too, with no alarm system or weapons. But son, this place hasn't seen any breach since we were here first. Well, except this morning, Dale, who was listening to their talk, said. They had a point, but he didn't really get why all that overcautiousness. I'm happy your people didn't suffer much. Didn't live in dangerous area, but what they are doing now isn't right. Walkers, you can never be too sure when they are concerned. I learnt it the hard way and would be either dead or a broken man if we weren't saved, because I used to be that careless too. Like you guys are doing now. Morgan turned and suggested to him what should be done. At least even the barest minimum of that to this place. But word came to one ear and exited the other. It's not that Dale wasn't willing to make it any more safer. The others around just didn't get the point and didn't want to put hands on that. They were underestimating the walkers and greatly overestimating themselves and the false security they have here. Another chubby black old man nearby told Morgan that they are just overthinking and that no walker can come all the way up here from the city. Even worse was Morales, who shared that same view. At that point, Morgan and Sasuke just figured it was on them to make sure their families are being kept safe. People here are hopeless. It is a wake-up they need, man, and we both know there's but a one type of wake-up call that can work, Morgan said before leaving to have lunch with his family. He respected Rick and wished to fight together in this accursed world to survive, but his nerves started getting fried and he was thinking of suggesting separating again. They were doing just fine with serious people like Billy, Katniss and Sasuke around. Their roles were clear and it didn't feel like a fake haven this place was. Discuss, plan, act, loot, retreat, safeguard. Repeat. That was mostly the template back those few days. Here, just do whatever the hell you want and you can't tell others what to do. After a light lunch meal outside his tent with Siri and Katniss, Sasuke changed his gear for a new one and turned to Morgan, informing him that he would be away for a while. Where to? Katniss asked him while she was overseeing Siri's study. She still had her do multiples and other math when free. Train. I will be just around. Don't wander off and make sure Siri doesn't too. He walked away and was surprised to see the girl Katniss talked about this morning stopping him for a talk ahead. Sasuke, right? I'm Amy Harrison. Yeah, you're Kaihu Sasuke. Nice to meet you. Likewise. I wanted to ask if you like fishes. I do. Is there any to trade? He wondered why else would she ask that. No, not really, but I'm heading to the lake with my sister and trying to get some. You have fishing gear? We have a boat and a fishing rod from Dale. Not great, but it will do this time. It was another lady, Amy's older sister that is called Andrea, who answered him, stepping forward with a smile. Her sister's interest was painfully obvious and she wanted a close look and conversation with that interest. Well, good luck. I can help if you want to. And if I remember, we do have one too in our vehicle. One of a good quality. I'll have Juan get it for you. Oh, thanks. That would be awesome. She wanted to tell him to come along, but that boat is only for two and she wasn't thick-skinned enough to say it while her elder sister was here. All right. Enjoy yourselves. See you around. He turned to Juan, asking him for an errand favor to get the snare to the sisters, and walked off. Till now Sasuke had accumulated a 21 thread of chakra, which means he killed at least 210 walker in those 4 days he lived in this world. And now with 21 threads, it was just enough to pull the basics of manipulating and controlling chakra. He soon came to a clearing within a hidden spot and put an alarm trap around to make sure no one witnessed his next actions. Putting his feet on the bark of a tree, he concentrated on that little chakra and followed with the second foot, sticking to the tree unaffected by the gravity. He walked until he was in the middle before being forced to drop. That was just how frustratingly little his current chakra reservoir was, enough to sustain him for a minute to stick to a surface, or walk for a damn 10 steps horizontally. His chakra was back full just 2 seconds after the fall. But that regeneration speed is useless, as it couldn't help grow the quantity no matter how he tried training it or making it more refined. It's a progress. I'm glad to even have the chance to wield it again. Thinking of something, Sasuke stood, bit his thumb to draw blood and made a set of hand seals before pressing his palm on the ground, shouting lowly, "Summoning jutsu." A small puff erupted from his palm with smoke and his eyes twitched seeing the thing that crawled to his wrist, a little snake no longer than 4 inches and just as thick as his pinky finger. It wasn't even enough to take down a rat, let alone guard the place. Well, at least something. Let's get along, little one, he caressed it, watching as it crawled away into the bushes nearby. This didn't happen with Sasuke. He wondered about the link between him and that little white snake. Using the recovered chakra unit on the link made his vision turn to something unhuman, and he watched himself standing nearby from the point of view of the snake. And something akin to heat vision was showing, the heat radiating from his body. The vision was cut short due to the chakra being consumed and failing to keep up. At least I got something out of it, he shrugged and started setting targets around to practice his Bakujutsu. He can't risk getting rusty, especially without his Sharingan. He started with body exercise, taking advantage of a weight-adding seal applied to the clothes he found on his storage. The only thing capable of getting him sweating, other than a future course with someone. An hour later Sasuke walked back to the camp, seeing the people going around doing their things. His damp bangs clung to his sweaty face, his shirt was soaked in some places, sticking to his skin. He walked by Juan, correcting his stance briefly before keeping to his way. The 2 girls seemed to have a good haul of fishes. I got this in my way. He put the rabbit near 2 women who were cooking. I cleaned it already. Is it okay to leave the cooking for someone? He asked, and both Carol and Jackie smiled, telling him to go wash and leave it to them. Thanks for your efforts. Waving, he gets to his tent, taking off his shirt just for Katniss to enter. A very awkward moment for bare-chested Sasuke, who was being stared at by Katniss. Was that a gulp I heard? It is, and I need you to train me in hand-to-hand combat. While naked Katniss blushed a little, keeping that thought to herself, looking at the stupidly enticing man who just nodded at her and started wiping his body with wet cloth.